Public opinion changed as fast as the tides, and in only half a day, news had spread throughout War City and the central capital. Everyone was talking about it, and all those who had been holding great expectations for Yang Kai underwent a great change in attitude. Qiu Yimeng and Huixing Chun, who were forced to leave, had also become the protagonists of the people's discussions. The young lady and young lord were abandoning Yang Kai precisely because they had seen through his evil nature, yet were helpless to stop him from within. If not for this, it would have been impossible for them to betray Yang Kai. When such news was released, the whole city went into an uproar, feeling indignant for Qiu Yimeng and Huixing Chan and abhorrent towards Yang Kai's tyranny. Yang Wei's compound. Ever since Yang Kai broke through to the immortal Ascension boundary, there had been no movement from Yang Wei. All the cultivators who had come to support him were ignoring outside events and cultivating diligently, not caring at all about the inheritance war. The eldest young lord, Yang Wei, no longer had any confidence in winning, so what waves could his allies make? What was most important now was for them to improve their strength, because once the inheritance war ended, they would have to leave War City and would lose this advantageous cultivation environment. Inside the quiet mansion, a rush of footsteps suddenly broke the silence. The sound of these steps was hurried and was obviously heading towards Yang Wei's room. Quickly arriving, the young man didn't even knock on the door before shoving it open and frantically shouting, "Eldest young lord, eldest young lord." Yang Wei, who was meditating, slowly blinked and turned to look at Meng Shan-yi, whose expression was a mix of surprise and excitement. The former, raising his sword-like eyebrows, quickly said, "Shan-chi, how many times have you told not to get so flustered at every little thing?" Saying so, Yang Wei slowly shook his head with a helpless expression. "Eldest young lord, this time, things are different." Meng Shan-yi's cheeks flushed bright red, seemingly having encountered some kind of great fortune. But if one looked carefully, they would also notice some anxiety and hesitation on his face. What happened? Yang Wei had been in secluded retreat these days, studying a number of old texts, and had no idea about the chaotic situation brewing outside. Meng Shan-yi collected himself and replied, "Yang Kai is about to be eliminated." Yang Wei's brow suddenly furrowed and seriously asked, "Where did you hear such gossip?" "It's not gossip." Meng Shan-yi shook his head, his expression becoming solemn as he reported the recent changes that had occurred in War City. As Yang Wei listened, his expression became strange. Qiu Yimeng and Huixing Chun leaving Yang Kai was something far outside his expectations. Such rapid changes in public opinion in War City were obviously due to someone fanning the flames behind the scenes. As for who the masterminds behind this propaganda campaign were, there was no need to guess. Besides the 8 great families, no one had the ability to influence the masses so quickly. Yang Wei had not expected that his heaven-defying 9th brother had actually captured the attention of the 8 great families. Vaguely, he felt like something was out of place, though. Even if his 9th brother had the potential to become a demon lord, considering his identity as a direct descendant of the 8 great families, it was impossible for them to make such a public fuss about him, as it would only serve to tarnish their dignity. What deeper meaning was there to their actions? Moreover, the first wave of propaganda seemed like it was designed to discredit 9th brother and force him into a passive situation, allowing others to take up the mantle of righteousness. If this was really the case, considering the development of the situation, Yang Wei suddenly thought of a possibility and couldn't help looking awkward. "Eldest young lord, there is one more thing I must report to you." Meng Shan-yi frowned and said hesitantly, "What?" "My Meng family sent a letter, ordering me to cooperate with 2nd young lord, to defeat Yang Kai." Meng Shan-yi managed to cough out these words, though his extremely bitter face. "The Meng family?" Yang Wei brows furrowed. "And my Yang family?" The messenger said, "Not to worry, the Yang family will not intervene in this matter." Meng Shan-yi had also been in retreat when this letter arrived, but after swiftly inspecting the situation inside War City and understanding the current climate, he had rushed over to Yang Wei. "Cooperate with 2nd brother. Haha." Yang Wei suddenly laughed. "Even if the 2 of us gather together all of our forces, I'm afraid we're still not worthy to be 9th brother's opponents. What other arrangements are in place?" Meng Shan-yi wore a forced smile, Eldest young lord doesn't need to feign ignorance. The messenger who came said not to worry about anything. All we need to do is make an appearance and take a public stand. As for everything else, those from second young master's mansion will handle it. Yang Wei went silent, a strange light flashing across his eyes. Eldest young lord. Meng Shan-yi grit his teeth. Although this message came from my Meng family, it seems like your Yang family has also acquiesced. Yang Wei nodded gently. If there is no acquiescence from the Yang family, how would the Meng family dare to do this? They didn't have such courage. Second young lord has lost all fighting spirit these days, and the staff in his mansion has shrunk dramatically. He is simply not an opponent to the little lord, Meng Shan-yi said sullenly. But from the sounds of it, second young lord is now certain he can eat up Yang Kai's house. How could he suddenly have such great confidence? Reinforcements from the 8 great families. Yang Wei confidently answered. Meng Shan-yi couldn't help feeling shocked. Yang Wei had instantly guessed what he was thinking. Suddenly wearing a sullen expression, the former asked, Eldest young lord, does this mean that they have already designated second young lord as the next patriarch of the Yang family? Reinforcements weren't being sent to the eldest young lord, but instead to Yang Zhao. This was enough to infer many things. The Yang family obviously hoped that Yang Zhao could inherit the patriarch position, and had thus sent reinforcements to him in order to defeat Yang Kai and win the inheritance war. Yang Wei had a smile on his face and nodded lightly. Even without mentioning ninth brother's situation, according to the current state of affairs, the Yang family really should hope so. Eldest young lord, aren't you frustrated by their decision? Meng Shan-yi immediately felt indignant. The inheritance war had carried on for almost a year now, and if it were to reach a natural conclusion, the winner would definitely be Yang Kai, while Yang Zhao would undoubtedly be the next one eliminated. Yet now, how could a youth who had become depressed over a mere minor setback be suitable to inherit the Yang family? Simply comparing their mental fortitudes, Yang Wei was undoubtedly more suitable for this position. But even though such things were obvious, why had the reinforcements been sent to Yang Zhao? Hearing the ire in Meng Shan-yi's voice, Yang Wei simply grinned and shook his head. Why should I be frustrated? Actually, if I'm to be honest, I don't really want to be the next Yang family patriarch. I'm fairly certain ninth brother also feels the same. How can that? Meng Shan-yi was dumbstruck. Yang Kai's performance throughout the inheritance war could only be described as vowing to achieve victory no matter what. Ninth brother and I both want to ascend to the peak of the martial Tao. Those who take the pursuit of the martial peak as their goal will not care for transient things like becoming the patriarch of the Yang family. Although such a position seems important and lofty, in the grand scheme of things, it is not but a trivial matter. More importantly, once one mounts such a position, how would they have time to focus on their own cultivation? As far as I know, the biggest reason ninth brother is even bothering to participate in the inheritance war is to clear the name of his sect, High Heaven Pavilion. He seems to have reached an agreement with the patriarch that so long as he wins, High Heaven Pavilion's title of an evil sect will be removed and its reputation will be restored. Just for that. Meng Shan-yi was flabbergasted, completely unable to understand what he was hearing. Were there really people in this world who didn't care for such honor and privilege? Just for that. Yang Wei nodded. This time, I participated in the inheritance war because of the family's rules and also to hone myself. As for becoming the next patriarch, it's not too important for me. Meng Shan-yi was silent. From this point on, the wisest decision for the family is to support second brother. Although second brother's mentality isn't as firm, compared to myself and ninth brother, he is no doubt more suitable to become patriarch. Yang Wei said frankly without the slightest of cares. Are you disappointed? Do you feel like all the efforts you've put in so far to assist me have not been rewarded? Yang Wei suddenly asked the silent Meng Shan-yi. Not hesitating for an instant, Meng Shan-yi shook his head gently. Hearing the true ambitions of eldest young lord is this Shan-yi's honor. Since the eldest young lord doesn't want to become the Yang family patriarch, all I need to do is change my outlook slightly. Saying so, he asked, Are we going to cooperate with second young lord? Yang Wei smiled calmly. Since the Meng family has sent a letter, It means the 8 great families have already joined forces with the Yang family's acceptance. Am I even able to refuse? If all they need is a show of face, you going is enough. From now on, the conflict that takes place has nothing to do with the inheritance war. Could be said that from the moment Yang Kai broke through to the immortal Ascension boundary, the inheritance war had ended. What happened next was just the 8 great families carrying out some secret maneuvers under the guise of the inheritance war. I understand. Meng Shan-yi nodded slightly, turned around and left, preparing to visit Yang Zhao's mansion. After Meng Shan-yi left, Yang Wei's expression became pensive, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't understand why it was that 9th brother had suddenly become such a priority target. In his heart, he felt slightly disgruntled. At the same time, inside Yang Zhao's house, group after group of masters quickly gathered. These people had never before appeared in the inheritance war, but today, as if they had meticulously planned it out, they had all arrived here. The cultivators from Yang Zhao's original allies all stared at these newcomers in somewhat of a daze. They found that many of these people were Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters, while 7th and 8th Stage Cultivators abounded. There were a total of 7 new groups, each with the same powerhouse lineup. Those with slightly discerning eyes soon realized where these 7 groups hailed from. Obviously, these groups belonged to the central capital 8 great families. Apart from Yang family, who hadn't sent any personnel, the other 7 families had all arrived. Among the 7 groups of people, 1 young man and 1 young woman looked at each other with depressed and guilty expressions on their faces. After a while, the young man slowly walked over to the woman and nodded solemnly. The two found a secluded corner and stared out at the gathering of masters with helpless expressions. These two were none other than Hua Xingchen and Xiao Yimeng. This morning, the 2 of them had left War City, only to return the very same evening. In the span of less than a day, the 2 of them were forced to change from Yang Kai's allies to Yang Zhao's. Their identities changing so rapidly it was laughable. What conditions did your father promise you? Hua Xingchen turned to look at Xiao Yimeng and asked flatly. In the future, this young lady will inherit the Qiu family. Xiao Yimeng replied with a sigh. Congratulations. Isn't this what you always dreamed of? Hua Xingchen smiled. Yes. Xiao Yimeng brushed her hair back behind her ear, not the slightest bit of happiness apparent in her eyes. What about you? My old man said, if I don't come, he'll drive me out of the Hua family and banish me for life. That old fart was serious. I couldn't refuse. Hua Xingchen couldn't help smiling wryly. It seems like we both compromised. Seems like it. The 2 stared at each other for a moment before suddenly wearing disdainful expressions and simultaneously muttering, I really despise you. The Qiu family group was headed by Qiu Yimeng, while the Hua family masters were led by Hua Xingchen. Those from the Kong family followed Kong Zhan, and the group from the Gao family had Gao Rangfeng as their leader. Even the central capital's first young lord, Lu Qingyao, had arrived, bringing with him a group of Lu family masters, though he chose to stand silently in the corner and not communicate with anyone. Looking at this spectacular gathering, Hua Xingchen couldn't help spitting disdainfully, ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. Xiao Yimeng gently nodded. 7 of the 8 great families are targeting Yang Kai, yet they still insist on sending a member of the younger generation to serve as a leader. Obviously, they want to use the stage of the Yang family inheritance war to deceive the eyes of the world. Hua Xingchen simply shrugged his shoulders. There's nothing that can be done. Those who know the inside story know that this action is solely to deal with Yang Kai. Those who don't simply believe the inheritance war isn't over yet. If they were suddenly to declare the Yang family inheritance war over and that Yang Kai had been eliminated for no apparent reason, no one would be able to accept it. Just as the eldest brother, Yang Wei, clearly understood the situation, Qiao Yimeng and Hua Xingchen also saw things for what they really were. What happened next had nothing to do with the inheritance war. Instead, it would be more accurate to say that the inheritance war stage was being used by the 7 families to put on a show. The secret conversation between Qiao Yimeng and Hua Xingchen was not missed by the other central capital young lords. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng hesitated for a long time before walking over to Qiao Yimeng and Hua Xingchen together. Xianxia turned his eyes to the two approaching young lords and asked with a light smile, "Brother Kong, how is your injury recovering?" "Brother Hui need not worry. My injury is no longer a problem." Little Lord had a sense of proportion and didn't deal any lasting damage. Kong Zhan said lightly and indifferently, not displaying any resentment towards Yang Kai. That's good, that's good. Ha ha ha. Xianxia said with a false smile. Seeing his attempt to shoo them away, Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan were also very helpless, the former saying, "Brother Hua, although we formerly opposed the Little Lord, that was only because the situation forced us to be his opponents. In truth, both of us very much admire the Little Lord's methods and strength. If possible, we wanted to make friends with him." "Really?" Xianxia wore a surprised expression. "I'm quite surprised. I never knew Brother Gao and Brother Kong were such magnanimous people. Yang Kai treated both of you so ruthlessly, yet you still want to make friends with him. Ha ha ha. Are those your true intentions? Brother Hua, if you are still wary of us, then I and Brother Kong really have nothing we can say." Gao Rangfeng said seriously. Xianxia stared at the two of them for a moment before gradually restraining his false smile and replacing it with a solemn expression. "What do you want to say?" Qiu Yimeng, who had been silently observing situation, suddenly took the initiative to ask. Gao Rangfeng frowned and asked in a low voice, "Brother Kong and I are very confused. Why do our 7 families seem so determined to deal with the Little Lord? Why is the Yang family not saying anything about this matter? The two of you were formerly Yang Kai's allies, so we thought you might know more about the situation than us." Kong Zhan nodded. "I really can't understand what is going on here. I was still at home recovering from my injuries when my father suddenly ordered me to come here. Even when I asked him why, he didn't tell me anything. Young Lady Qiu and Brother Hua, if you know something and are able to tell us, we would very much appreciate it. If you don't or can't, then just pretend we never asked." Xianxia went silent and turned his eyes towards Qiu Yimeng. Although he had been together with Yang Kai for just as long as Qiu Yimeng, he would normally not be involved in any of the decisions made inside Yang Kai's mansion and had only spoken to Yang Kai once in a while. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng often spoke with Yang Kai both in public and private and was involved in both planning and executing almost every operation that occurred, so she obviously was better informed than he was. In fact, the questions asked by Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan were questions he too had. Facing these 3 pairs of expectant eyes, Qiu Yimeng could only shake her head slightly. "I don't know anything. You're asking the wrong person." Immediately, Gao Rangfeng and Kong Zhan wore disappointed expressions. "However, although I haven't been told anything specific, I can roughly guess what is happening." Qiu Yimeng suddenly added, "Oh? Please enlighten us, young Lady Qiu." Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng shined. Yang Kai being targeted like this, one possibility is that he has done something that has violated the 8 great families' bottom line. Qiu Yimeng said indifferently, without any emotion. For example, the information that is currently being circulated among the common people. Cultivating a demonic secret art, sharing the same sect as the Demon Lord, providing shelter to demons and Devil's Path disciples, showing symptoms of Devil's practices. All of these matters could be big or small depending on one's perspective. Now that someone wanted them to be a big deal, they were a big deal. We also know about all of that. Those were the reasons our families gave us when they sent us here as reinforcements. But even if all of that is true, both of us still felt like things aren't that simple. Gao Rangfeng frowned, obviously not accepting these justifications at face value. "Is there some other reason?" Kong Zhan hurriedly asked. "If it is not because of this, then the only explanation is Yang Kai has something all 7 of our families want." Qiu Yimeng sneered. After she finished speaking, a light flashed across her beautiful eyes and her brow deeply furrowed as she sunk into contemplation. These few words suddenly dispelled all of these youth's doubts. When one was prosperous, benefits mattered the most. When the world was chaotic, benefits still mattered the most. If this was the case, then this situation was understandable. Looking at Qiu Yimeng's shifting expression, the young lords all realized she probably knew what it was their families were after. But since she didn't explain, Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng knew not to ask any further. However, the 8 great families' actions this time gave all of them a feeling like they were pawns being manipulated. Since they wanted to deal with Xianxia, given the heritage and strength of the 8 great families, they could have just acted in a straightforward manner, but instead they had decided to put on this farce by borrowing the inheritance war stage. The several young people gathered here suddenly felt both disgruntled and depressed. As the 4 of them had been speaking, Lu Qingyao had kept his eyes closed and seemed to not be paying any attention to them. But no matter who it was, they could sense a thin threat of divine sense observing them. Apparently Lu Qingyao was also interested in their discussion. The 4 of them also didn't feel any need to guard against him. At the same time, deeper inside the mansion, inside Yang Zhao's room, the second young lord sat motionless on his bed. After just 10 days of time, the always loft and arrogant Yang Zhao had transformed into a withered and sullen individual, dark rings around his bloodshot eyes, giving him a particular fierce look. Xianxia paced back and forth slowly in front of Yang Zhao, detailing the current situation to him. Gradually, Yang Zhao's seemingly dull face took on some color as his red eyes narrowed slightly. Second young lord, reinforcements from the 7 families have all arrived, each of them sending at least 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters at the 6th stage or higher. There is even a large number of peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The 7 families' meaning is clear. They hope you can lead these people to defeat Xianxia as quickly as possible and win the inheritance war. Why did the 7 families suddenly send so many people to participate in the inheritance war? Yang Zhao muttered. Since he hadn't spoken in quite some time, Yang Zhao's voice had become a bit hoarse and it had a sickly tone to it, like he was on the verge of death. Xianxia smiled gracefully and replied, "Didn't I just tell you about it? Xianxia is a dangerous person who is very likely to become a second demon lord. The Yang family cannot allow such a man to become its next patriarch. The 7 families and the Yang family have occupied the central capital for centuries and are life and death allies. Naturally, they are also concerned about this issue as well. Now they have taken the initiative to gather in your house and are only waiting for you to issue the order. Second young lord, the Yang family's patriarch position is yours for the taking. Is it really just for such reasons?" Yang Zhao's gaze became cold as he stared at the lithe young woman in front of him. What other reasons could there be? Xianxia gawked. Suddenly wearing a look of impatience on her face, she walked over and hugged Yang Zhao's arm like a spoiled child and said, "Second young lord, don't think too much about it. Quickly fix yourself up and meet with everyone. Letting these people wait too long will do you no good." "I'm not going," Yang Zhao said with a disheartened look, apparently not the least bit excited by this shocking news, quickly brushing away Xianxia's entanglement. Xianxia shook her head slowly. She hadn't expected Yang Zhao to be happy about all of this, but she still couldn't help wondering. "Second young lord, what's wrong?" Yang Zhao simply shook his head. "The inheritance war is a battle between my Yang family's direct descendants. A battle of wits, a battle of connections, a battle of charm. I've already lost, and since I've lost, why should I bother with it anymore?" "How is that so? There are still so many people gathered in your house, and with the addition of so many powerful masters willing to assist you, now is the perfect time to stage a comeback." Xianxia tried to console. "People from 7 of the great families. Heh. Yang Zhao sneered. "If I use them to defeat 9th brother, even if I sit in the patriarch's position, I'll never feel deserving of it." "Second young lord, what are you saying?" Xianxia continued to prod. "Relying on just the allies gathered in your house, there is no way to defeat Xianxia, but now that such a good opportunity has appeared in front of you, how can you not act? How can you not seize this chance?" After a short pause, Xianxia laughed and said, "Could it be that second young lord fears being criticized by the world? Second young lord, achieving your objective is what is most important. As for history, history is written by the victors. Once you sit in the position of Yang family patriarch, who would dare to criticize you?" Yang Zhao, however, remained unemotional and uninterested. Xianxia suddenly lost patience and coldly shouted, "Second young lord, I hope you can put the overall situation first. The Yang family has already acquiesced to this matter. If you don't act, it would be akin to rebelling against your family. Humph. The noble Yang family's second young lord only able to act like a whipped dog. Simply laughable. Yang Zhao suddenly raised his head and stared towards Yi Xianro with his bloodshot eyes. Seeing this look, Yi Xianro immediately panicked, but before she could react, a cold hand was already around her neck and her vision became blurry. After quickly regaining her senses, Yi Xianro discovered she had been thrown onto the bed by Yang Zhao. The faces of the two were almost stuck together, and Yi Xianro could clearly feel the hot breath from Yang Zhao's nostrils. However, this heat was not a result of lust but instead because of rage. The big hand around her neck was like an iron hoop, preventing her from even struggling. Yi Xianro suddenly became frightened. Only at this moment remember that she was not Yang Zhao's opponent at all. Second young lord, what do you want to do? Yi Xianro wore a pained expression as she bit her red lips, staring weakly towards Yang Zhao. I, Yang Zhao, am insidious and cunning, but I will not stoop so low as to use such disgraceful methods to defeat ninth brother. In this inheritance war, I used my all in order to fight ninth brother yet still lost. As such, I have no complaints. Cheap slut, you're not qualified to judge me. If you dare to say something like that again, I don't mind making you the first young lady to die from a super force in the inheritance war. What ninth brother dares to do, I dare to do as well. I, Yang Zhao, dare to be even more ruthlessness than him. Yang Zhao's cold, hoarse voice was like the call of a demon from the depths of hell, causing Yi Xianro's beautiful face to fill with fear and regret. Staring into Yang Zhao's eyes, Yi Xianro was truly frightened. She could see that Yang Zhao wasn't putting up a front to try to intimidate her. If she really uttered another word and angered him, she would most likely die here. Your Xianro was wrong. She wouldn't dare. Yi Xianro immediately backed down. As a woman, she didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed. Yang Zhao coldly snorted before releasing her. After getting up from the bed, Yang Zhao muttered, "Those people gathered in my house are just here to borrow my name. Even if I disagree, they can still borrow Big Brother's name. Since the Yang family has tacitly consented to this, it is true I can't resist. However, if they want to drag me out and use me as a figurehead to deal with ninth brother, they're dreaming. Get out. From now on, you are in charge of all matters inside this house." Yi Xianro, who was still recovering from her earlier panic, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath and tremble. Second young lord, you mean? You don't need to suspect anything. From this moment forward this house is yours. The masters from the 7 families and all my allies are also yours to command. Aren't you a woman who pursues authority? If we didn't have that in common, we would never have become allies in the first place. Now's your chance to obtain what you want. What are you hesitating for? Yi Xianro didn't care about the mockery in Yang Zhao's words. Only excitement could be seen in her eyes. Only after she took a deep breath to collect herself did she ask, "But how should I explain this to the people in the house?" "Do you need to explain anything? I've already agreed to let them borrow my name. As for any kind of justification, just say whatever you want." Yi Xianro's smile blossomed like a great flower as she nodded. After suffering a setback, second young lord not only wasn't disheartened, but instead emerged even stronger from this tribulation and has taken advantage of this momentum to break through. As such, he is currently in secluded cultivation. Good. Yang Zhao snickered. I guess I should thank you for finding an excuse that takes my face into consideration. We're not strangers. No need to act polite. Yi Xianro narrowed her eyes towards Yang Zhao. After this, perhaps Xianro will really have to commit herself to second young lord. I only hope that when second young lord sits upon the Yang family patriarch's position, he will remember to take care of my Yi family. Yang Zhao just sneered dismissively. You should worry about surviving the conflict with ninth brother first. Yi Xianro's pretty face cramped as a trace of fear flashed across her eyes, but she soon recovered and confidently said, "With the forces gathered here, what chance does Yang Kai have to resist?" Yang Zhao simply closed his eyes and stopped talking. Then Xianruo will take her leave. Yi Xianro bowed before turning around and exiting. After she left Yang Zhao's private house, she paused and stared up at the sky. In the dark night, a full moon hung high in the sky, sending out soft light. Xianxia couldn't contain her joy as she smiled happily. Shooting a glance back at Yang Zhao's house, a trace of disdain crept into her expression. She hadn't expected Yang Zhao to make such a decision, but since he had already transferred command to her, she could really cut loose and do things as she wished. Her face filled with excitement. She let out a wicked laughter that quickly reverberated throughout the mansion, sending a cold chill down the spines of those who heard it. A short time later, the leaders of the 7 great forces in Yang Zhao's mansion gathered in the main hall. Xianxia sat at the head of the table. Nearby, Lu family's Lu Qingyao, Kong family's Kong Zhan, Gao family's Gao Rangfeng, Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng, Hua family's Hua Xingchan, and Meng family's Meng Shan-yi all stared at her curiously. Xianxia, on the other hand, wore a light and casual expression without the slightest unease on her face. Sweeping her alluring eyes around the table, Xianxia spoke first. "Brother Meng, eldest young lord, didn't come?" When he heard himself called out by the current Xianxia, Meng Shan-yi couldn't help trembling slightly, but still quickly responded. Eldest young lord said that he felt he would soon break through and must enter retreat. For this time's action, eldest young lord has authorized this Meng to command his forces. Xianxia was slightly surprised but soon wore a winning smile. Such a coincidence. Second young lord also felt he would soon break through and has entered secluded retreat. I'm afraid he won't be able to exit for some time. The Yang family's young lords are really dragons among men. 2 brothers simultaneously breaking through. It really makes one admire their aptitude. Listening to her saying these words, everyone present couldn't help showing awkward expressions. Hua Xingchan quickly changed the subject. Junior sister Yi, if second young lord isn't coming, who will be responsible for this 7-family coalition? It wouldn't be you, right? That's right. Xianxia responded lightly, flashing a charming smile as she changed her posture slightly. This operation will be directed by me. Hua Xingchen let out a half-chuckle, half-sneer. Before entering retreat, second young lord declared that all of the mansion's matters would be taken over by me, and all those gathered here are to follow my orders. Xianxia's expression became cold as she stated firmly. Once again, the other 6 youths in the room wore cramped faces. Elder brothers, elder sister, are you questioning junior sister's abilities? Xianxia took in the expressions of everyone around her and asked with a temperate smile. Of course not. Kong Zhan shook his head. It's just that second young lord not coming forward personally, and instead sending young lady Yi in his stead, seems somewhat improper. After all, the orders given to all of us gathered here from our respective families were to assist second young lord. Is Brother Kong skeptical about whether second young lord truly authorized me to take command? Xianxia giggled. I'm afraid I don't have such guts. If you don't believe me, you can ask second young lord. He is currently cultivating in his private residence. Kong Zhan's brow furrowed. Although he was uncomfortable with this situation, it wasn't convenient for him to say anything more. Since Xianxia dared to say these words, her current authority must really have been approved by Yang Zhao. Hua Xingchan inserted himself suddenly. Second young lord being unavailable is unfortunate, but since that is the case, there's no reason to dwell on it. However, I'm doubtful whether junior sister Yi really has enough prestige to serve as his replacement. Oh? Since young Lord Hua is saying so, does that mean young Master Hua has someone in mind to serve as this movement's leader? As Xianxia said these words, her eyes glanced over towards Qiu Yimeng, who throughout this entire conversation had remained indifferent and expressionless. Not only did Xianxia look at her, most of the youths gathered at this table instinctively turned their gazes towards Qiu Yimeng. Compared with Xianxia, Qiu Yimeng was undoubtedly more suitable to lead Yang Zhao's forces. She had this ability. However, Qiu Yimeng was forced to leave Yang Kai's mansion this morning, so her suddenly being in command of Yang Zhao's allies was somewhat inappropriate. Even if she was willing to assume the leadership role here, the masters from the 7 families wouldn't allow it and would likely not obey her orders. What does elder sister Qiu think? Xian Rose narrowed her eyes slightly as she stared at Qiu Yimeng. With everyone's attention now focused on her, Qiu Yimeng couldn't remain silent any longer, faintly replying, I believe junior sister Yi has enough ability to serve as leader. Since elder sister Qiu has said so, junior sister will not shirk her responsibilities. Xian Rose smiled proudly. Xingchen let out a sigh. He could understand why Qiu Yimeng didn't try to assume command. But even so, he found it difficult to suppress the frustration in his chest. Xian Rose's current appearance really made her seem like a treacherous snake. There was no doubt she was a great beauty with both a refined and seductive charm. But Xingchen couldn't bring himself to like her. This was probably the first time the central capital wolf, Xingchen, found himself despising a beautiful woman. Enough about this topic, Xian Rose said definitively. Having established her authority over Yang Zhao's forces, she steered the conversation back to the main issue. All of you have received orders from your respective families and have gathered here for one purpose: to defeat that arrogant Yang Kai. If we fail, I think each of you knows the consequences very well. Although our current strength is indeed above that of Yang Kai's forces and we are fully prepared for a head-on conflict, is this really the best option? How to defeat the forces in Yang Kai's mansion while suffering the fewest losses? Everyone please share your views. Junior sister is still young and inexperienced and would appreciate advice from all of you. Fluttering her lashes, Xian Rose glanced around the table and waited quietly. From the start of the meeting till now, Lu Qingyao's eyes had remained closed, showing no indication of expressing any opinion. On the other hand, Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng put their heads together and whispered about something, their expressions both solemn, seemingly in the midst of a serious discussion. The Hua family young lord sat back in his chair and stared up at the sky, as if he was watching a parade of beautiful women flying through the moonlight. Qiu Yimeng remained indifferent with a tinge of sadness occasionally flickering past her eyes. Meng Shan scratched his head and sighed helplessly. Among the 6 youths, each of them had different expressions, but none of them took the initiative to speak. After waiting for quite some time, Xian Rose smiled and said, It looks like no one has any ideas. If so, why not listen to junior sister's proposal? Saying so, before anyone could react, Yixing Ruo continued. Although there are now forces from our 7 families gathered in this mansion and the number of masters is great, giving us an overwhelming advantage in both strength and number, the power gathered in Yang Kai Mansion can't be ignored. First off, there is that evil sect master, Ling Tai Su, who is an above Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator. However, since this is still the inheritance war, he is unlikely to get involved. As for the blood warriors serving Yang Kai, thanks to the previous declaration from the Yang family, only 2 of them can fight. Besides them, there is that peak Immortal Ascension boundary demon. These people are the biggest threats to us. If we rush to attack, there is a high probability that our forces will suffer some unnecessary losses. The people gathered around Yang Kai can't be taken lightly. They can often make some unexpected moves. I think young Lord Hua and elder sister Qiu understand this point better than us. Xingchen chuckled. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. In his house, I didn't do anything other than trying to pick up girls. There were so many beautiful women in his house after all. Xian Rose's smile didn't break at all. Brother Hua is too modest, who doesn't know that your strength has greatly increased. Even Brother Gao isn't your opponent anymore. Gao Rangfeng's face immediately went black, silently cursing out Xian Rose as a cheap slut who targeted other people's weaknesses. On the day Yang Kai launched his night raid on Yangkong, Gao Rangfeng had been swiftly defeated by Xingchen, which the former regarded as a lifelong humiliation. These days, he had redoubled his efforts in the hopes that one day he could win back his face. With Xian Rose mentioning this right now, Gao Rangfeng suddenly felt like his stomach was full of grievances and muttered in a neither rude nor polite voice, Young Lady Yi, please focus on the topic at hand. Xian Rose flashed a faint smile and nodded apologetically. Please don't mind, Brother Gao. Junior sister simply spoke thoughtlessly and had no intention of disparaging you. Gao Rangfeng's expression only became bitterer at this non-apology. Ignoring him, Xian Rose continued. Considering this situation, I think we should use a surprise attack force in order to catch Yang Kai off guard. The 7 young lords and young ladies were gathered with Yi Xianro sitting at the head of the table. She spoke with authority and was clearly organized, providing accurate analysis of their current predicament and causing all of the others to raise their evaluations of her. This young woman wasn't just a pretty face who knew how to sweet-talk others like some of them had thought. When she sat in a position of authority, she was able to quickly adjust her mentality and speak in a manner consistent with her identity. After stating her idea, the other 6 couldn't help staring at her curiously. Surprise attack force? Gao Rangfeng parroted. What kind of surprise attack force? Yi Xianro answered with a smile. A surprise that the little lord couldn't possibly anticipate. Gao Rangfeng's brow furrowed. Yi Xianro keeping them guessing made him feel slightly disgruntled. Explain what you mean specifically. Yi Xianro giggled and turned her gaze towards Qiu Yimeng, sweetly saying, Elder Sister Qiu is no doubt the biggest surprise attack force when it comes to the little lord. Hearing this, Qiu Yimeng immediately glared towards Yi Xianro. Huixing Chun also narrowed his eyes and snorted. The other young lords wore awkward expressions as all of them instantly understood what Yi Xianro was thinking. Elder Sister Qiu has been working with the little lord since the start of the Inheritance War and was akin to his right arm. I'm afraid no one is clearer about the situation inside his house than she is. Also, Elder Sister Qiu only left Yang Kai's mansion this morning. No matter how sharp the little lord is, do you think he would be able to anticipate that after less than a day of time she would become his enemy and bring people to attack him? Yi Xianro, you better carefully consider what you're talking about. Huixing Chun stared at her with a sullen expression as a cold light flashed across his eyes. In response, Yi Xianro simply snorted, Young Lord Hua, what do you mean by this? What I am saying, of course I am clear about. Rather, your attitude. Are you perhaps dissatisfied with my plan? Huixing Chun brushed off her pointed words with a sneer. Don't forget. Right now I am representing Second Young Lord. Refusing to accept my orders is akin to refusing Second Young Lord's commands. If this is how you plan on acting, I have the right to ask you to leave this house. A single mouse dropping can ruin a pot of porridge. Second Young Lord's mansion can't afford to keep any bad seeds around. Yi Xianro said viciously as she wore a sneer on her face. Huixing Chen's expression twitched and wanted nothing more than to immediately stand up and leave. But remembering the threat his father had made to him before he left, he somehow managed to press down the anger in his heart. His mouth moved constantly but no sound emerged from it, seemingly silently cursing. Yi Xianro once again smiled warmly and continued. Actually, Junior Sister came up with this proposal after considering many things. What I've mentioned is just one of them. What other considerations? Gao Rangfeng asked. He suddenly discovered that, over the course of the Inheritance War, Yi Xianro had experienced a terrifying amount of growth. Before now, she wasn't as insightful or manipulative, nor were her thoughts so sharp and decisive. Probably after staying with the Second Young Lord for a long time, she had gradually been influenced by his personality. From the previous incident when the little lord killed Nanshang and Xianxia, it is apparent Yang Kai places great importance on his friends. Elder Sister Qiu is also his friend. Given the little lord's personality, he shouldn't be able to treat Elder Sister Qiu ruthlessly, and I want to take advantage of this point. He is indeed such a man. Kong Zhan nodded lightly, thinking that Yi Xianro's analysis was reasonable. Last time, simply because Nanshang and Xianxia, those 2 idiots, injured a disciple from High Heaven Pavilion, they were chased down by Yang Kai for over 3,000 kilometers, and even after they sought refuge in Yang Zhao's mansion, they didn't escape from death. Qiu Yimeng and Yang Kai had been together for so long, sharing both joy and sorrow. Qiu Yimeng had also made many great contributions to Yang Kai's campaign during the Inheritance War. It wouldn't be strange for him to not want to fight with her. As such, if Elder Sister Qiu is the one to go, it might be possible to defeat the little lord without any further bloodshed. Yi Xianro looked at Qiu Yimeng with a smile and asked, Elder Sister Qiu, what do you think? Qiu Yimeng's expression was desolate as she turned her eyes away and stared off into the distance and said in a flat tone, Your thoughts are too simple. While it's true Yang Kai cares about friendship, he is also a very selfish person. If a conflict erupts between us, he will undoubtedly not hesitate to maintain his own interests. Xian Ro wore a surprised look. Elder Sister Chiu really understands the little lord, but I still believe this plan has a good chance of success. How can you know it won't succeed unless you try? Saying so, her eyes flashed a ruthless light, obviously until Chiu Yimeng agreed she would not give up. Fine. Chiu Yimeng suddenly smiled. Since Junior Sister Yi is so certain, Elder Sister will listen to you once and see if I can defeat Yang Kai by myself. Elder Sister is really a confident woman. Junior Sister is filled with respect. Many thanks. Junior Sister's care in this matter, Elder Sister will certainly remember. Chiu Yimeng smiled brilliantly. Xian Ro also smiled back at her. There's no need for such politeness between us, sister. A few days ago, Junior Sister received much from Elder Sister. Elder Sister's care, Junior Sister will not forget for the rest of her life. The hall's temperature suddenly dropped as the atmosphere became tense. Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan and all the others couldn't help lowering their heads and trembling. None of them knew what these two young women were talking about, but it was obvious something happened between them recently that forged a deep grudge. A few days ago, Xian Ro had snuck into Yang Kai's house to seduce him, but as a result, Yang Kai had stripped her naked and abandoned her inside a secluded room. At the time, Chiu Yimeng was present, but instead of helping her, she had posted guards at her door and trapped her inside. Xian Ro was imprisoned for 3 days in the state she was born in. It wasn't until 3 days later that Chiu Yimeng finally sent a maid to her with a change of clothes. How could Xian Ro forget this shameful insult? Now that she had assumed command of the Seven Family Force, the first thing she sought to do was find a way to embarrass Chiu Yimeng. This was a blatant case of mixing public and private affairs, but her excuses and methods were actually quite brilliant, not giving Chiu Yimeng any legitimate reason to refuse, allowing the former to lead her around by the nose. Then I will entrust Elder Sister with leading our efforts and wish her a swift victory. Elder Sister will take advantage of Junior Sister's auspicious words. It's best to act swiftly. Let's set off now, Xian Ro said. Now? The young lords couldn't help asking in surprise, none of them having expected Xian Ro to act so urgently. If we strike tonight while the little lord is still unprepared, perhaps we can achieve twice the results with half the effort. Xian Ro smiled coldly. Good, Elder Sister will set out immediately. Chiu Yimeng laughed before standing up and walking out. Chiu Yimeng! Huixingchun stood up and shouted. But Chiu Yimeng didn't even glance back. As she walked away, all he could so was slowly shake his head. After Chiu Yimeng left, Huixingchun turned around and glared coldly at Xian Ro, callously saying, Little tramp, if something unexpected happens to Chiu Yimeng, this young master swears he will sell you to the cheapest, filthiest brothel so that any beggar off the street can taste your beauty, and make sure that in less than 3 months you'll become a pile of meat so rotten even the wild dogs will refuse to come near you. A cold light flashed past Xian Ro's eyes, but surprisingly she didn't get angry. Instead, just giggling charmingly. Aren't young Lord Hui's worries superfluous? How could Elder Sister Chiu suffer anything unexpected? Do you really think little Lord will attack her? If he does, he'll just be confirming he has fallen to the devil's practices, unable to recognize his friends or family. After a short pause, she followed up. But since young Lord Hui is so worried, let's follow her and observe, just in case. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng both nodded their heads and felt that Xian Ro's decision was correct. None of them believed Chiu Yimeng would really defeat Yang Kai. Even if he placed a heavy emphasis on sentiment, he wasn't a fool. How could he just give up without a fight? But if all of them were to set out, even if Yang Kai fought back, they could immediately provide assistance. The conversation over, all of them stood up and walked out. The moon floated high in the star-studded night sky, bathing all of War City in its silvery glow. Inside Yang Kai's compound, all the remaining cultivators had calmed down from the impact of Chiu Yimeng and Huixingchun leaving. The advantage they held in terms of strength and manpower was still enormous. So even without Qiu Yimeng and Huixing Chen, all of Yang Kai's allies felt he would inevitably win the inheritance war. The only thing that worried them somewhat was what Yang Kai had said earlier that day about possibly becoming enemies of the 8 great families. After all, many of them were members of the younger generation, who among them wanted to openly oppose the 8 great families. That was not an issue for them, but also one for the sects and families they represented. In the middle of the night, the house was eerily quiet. Yang Kai, who was sitting in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light quickly flashing across them. Hurriedly getting up, he quickly walked outside. As soon as he opened his door, a burst or rustling clothes reached his ear, and in the next moment, Ingzhou, Old Demon, and Tang Yuxian appeared in front of him. "Little Lord," Tang Yuxian called out. "I know." Yang Kai's expression became serious. "Call everyone." Tang Yuxian quickly released her divine sense across the entire mansion. Feeling this burst of spiritual energy and recognizing what it meant, all the forces inside the house quickly assembled. Humph! A light snort came from nearby and a vague figure slowly emerged out of thin air. Revealing the light blue-haired Shui Ling, Ingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly. Even until now, he still had a sense of dread when it came to this mysteriously appearing and disappearing young lady. So young, yet already an immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage master and possessing a special constitution. If it was one-on-one, Ingzhou estimated she was not his opponent, but if she wanted to escape from him, even if he activated his Mad Tyrant blood skill, he had no confidence in forcing her to remain. "It seems like Qiu Yimeng is the one coming." Shui Ling sighed faintly. "It's a pity, I quite liked her." "Yang Kai, how could you and her have reached this point?" "I don't know, don't ask me." Yang Kai spat in annoyance. With Shui Ling having realized the identity of the approaching people, how could Yang Kai not have noticed? What's more, the one leading this group was actually Qiu Yimeng, who had only left this morning. Accompanying her were more than 20 masters, each of them at or above the Immortal Ascension boundary 6th stage. Besides Qiu Yimeng, whose aura was quiet, everyone else was giving off a clear murderous intent, apparently not holding any favorable intentions towards the people inside Yang Kai's mansion. Yang Kai didn't think Qiu Yimeng was behind this action. After being together with her for so long, Yang Kai knew her better than that. What kind of personality she had, Yang Kai understood best. But her leading people towards his mansion was also an indisputable fact. "Let's go out and have a look." Yang Kai coldly snorted, taking the lead and walking out. Ingzhou, Tang Yuxian, and Old Demon quickly followed after him. A moment later, a small number of people had gathered outside the main entrance and more cultivators from inside the house were continuously rushing out, organizing themselves in an orderly fashion as they assembled together with Yang Kai. All of these people didn't know what was going on. When they got outside the house and their eyes adjusted to the dim moonlight, the sight they saw left them all dumbstruck. Not far from the mansion stood a solitary Qiu Yimeng. 10 meters behind her there were more than 20 Immortal Ascension boundary masters belonging to the Qiu family lined up, each of them giving off a frightening aura. After a moment of stunned silence, Luo Xiaoman shouted in surprise, "Elder Sister Qiu!" After calling out, she rushed out of the crowd and ran towards Qiu Yimeng. As she ran, her pair of enormous jade peaks swayed with vigor. Among all of those present, she and Qiu Yimeng had the closest relationship. One was sensible and capable, the other innocent and cute. Their opposite personalities actually complemented each other extremely well, and Qiu Yimeng had always been very good to her. After experiencing so many ups and downs together, the two were as close as blood-related sisters. When Qiu Yimeng left this morning, Luo Xiaoman had cried for a long time, and until now her eyes were still red and puffy with a spiritless expression adorning her face. Seeing Qiu Yimeng suddenly return, Luo Xiaoman was, without a doubt, the happier than anyone, and she made no attempt to hide her joy. It was like a lost child had finally found her way home and was now eagerly rushing over. A touch of sadness flashed across Qiu Yimeng's face for an instant before indifference replaced it. When the distance between them shrank to less than 20 meters, Qiu Yimeng gently lifted her hand. A ray of light shot out from her palm and struck the ground right in front of Luo Xiaoman's feet. Dust flew up. Luo Xiaoman immediately came to a halt and stared towards Qiu Yimeng in front of her. Don't come any closer, otherwise don't blame my subordinates for not showing any mercy. Qiu Yimeng looked at Luo Xiaoman coldly and said in a frigid tone, like she was speaking to a total stranger. Elder Sister Qiu? Luo Xiaoman whispered through her quivering lips. Her eyes filled with confusion, unable to understand what was going on. Qiu Yimeng hadn't actually struck her, but just now, if she had been running slightly faster or if Qiu Yimeng had aimed slightly further, Luo Xiaoman's legs would have been crippled. Feeling the cold and desolate aura emanating from Qiu Yimeng, Luo Xiaoman's heart was filled with tremendous pain and her eyes began to water, opening her mouth to speak but unable to utter any words. Subconsciously, she even felt a trace of fear. In this moment of confusion, a big hand lightly held her shoulder. Turning around to see who it was, the image of Yang Kai shaking his head slowly entered her view. Go back. Yang Kai whispered, gently tossing her back towards the others without waiting for her to respond. After Luo Xiaoman landed, she suddenly discovered that the atmosphere was strange. Outside the mansion, Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng faced each other. Identical to what happened this morning when the Qiu family's first young lady left. Nothing was said. Nothing needed to be said. But anyone could see that this meeting was completely different from the one this morning. The situation was completely different. Were you forced? Yang Kai stared straight into Qiu Yimeng's eyes and asked. No. Qiu Yimeng shook her head slightly. No. Yang Kai smiled mockingly. Since you weren't forced, why did you bring these people here? Don't tell me they're here to hire themselves to me. Why I'm here you already know in your heart. Why bother asking such pointless questions? Qiu Yimeng shot back, her expression still ice-cold. If you don't explain, how would I know? Aren't you the same? You never explain anything to me. Why should I explain anything to you? Qiu Yimeng retorted. Yang Kai casually shrugged his shoulders. What she said wasn't untrue. First young lady, there's no need to speak any nonsense with him. Suddenly, a low voice came from behind Qiu Yimeng. As these words were said, one of the Immortal Ascension boundary masters with a thick imposing manner stepped forward and stood behind Qiu Yimeng. You are. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Qiu family Fallen Leaves Hall Master, Xianxia. The man coldly snorted, slightly raising his head and arrogantly declaring. First young lady wanted to be considerate of your past friendship and say a few words to you, but it should be enough already. Yang Kai's expression didn't change as he lightly nodded. Greetings, Hall Master Chen's name is really thunderous. Junior has long heard of you. The Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall was equivalent to the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall. Similar institutions existed in all the 8 great families, places where extremely strong and extremely loyal masters who dedicated their lives to their respective families were cultivated. Because of differences in family heritage, reputation, and training methods, among these institutions, the Blood Warrior Hall had become the most famous. On top of that, the Blood Warriors were truly a step above the warriors trained by the other 7 families in terms of combat prowess. In particular, the Forbidden Mad Tyrant blood skill, which was unique to the Blood Warrior Hall alone, was enough to make the Blood Warrior Hall stand above any other similar institution. The Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall, as one such institution, only had true masters serving within its ranks. Once they went into action, they would attack as swiftly as the autumn wind, overwhelming their enemies with irresistible force, not allowing their enemies any time to catch their breath. Because of their modus operandi, the masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall were generally impatient and despised wasting time. Qiu Yimeng and Yang Kai exchanging thinly veiled words for so long had obviously annoyed them, resulting in Hall Master Xianxia stepping forward to expedite matters. Xianxia snorted and turned a blind eye to Yang Kai's compliment, sneering as he said, Since you're finished with your discussion, first young lady, please step back. Turning his eyes to Yang Kai again, he coldly declared, Little brat, death is here for you. Although you are a young lord of the Yang family, but since you cultivate a demonic secret art, collude with demons, and are attempting to subvert the 8 great families, today will be your demise. Xianxia and the masters of the Fallen Leaves Hall had always operated in and around the central capital, and as such didn't know much about Yang Kai or the forces supporting him. Although they had also been paying attention to the progress of the inheritance war, everything they knew they had heard from others. About how powerful Yang Kai and the masters inside his house were. Chun Xian always felt it was too exaggerated and that most of it was hearsay and rumors. As a peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters, how could he put a measly Immortal Ascension boundary second stage cultivator in his eyes, especially considering how young the latter was? Not only did Chun Xian think so, most of the masters sent by the 7 families had similar thoughts. In their view, 7 great families joining forces and deploying so much manpower was making a fuss over a trivial matter. So when Xiao Yimeng brought them out along to seek trouble with Yang Kai tonight, Chun Xian and the other Fallen Leaves Hall masters were very excited and thought that they could easily smash through Yang Kai's compound's defenses. Even Ling Tai Su, who was still inside the mansion, wasn't placed in their eyes. Although Ling Tai Su was an above Immortal Ascension boundary master, with his reputation as the sect master of an evil sect and the master of the Demon Lord, if he dared to take action, the 8 Grand Elders residing in the Seal Temple would certainly not sit idly by. Listening to Chen Xian's self-righteous declaration, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light. Bold words. Hall Master Chun, wait a little longer. Qiu Yimeng suddenly interrupted. I still have a few words to say to Yang Kai. Chen Xian coldly snorted. But it wasn't a good idea for him to not give Qiu Yimeng face in such a public setting. When they had been deployed for this operation, Qiu Shoucheng had passed down orders that although this conflict was to take place on the inheritance war stage and was ostensibly the responsibility of the 8 great families' young lords and young ladies. However, this was simply the public propaganda. In actuality, Chun Xian would hold decision-making power on the battlefield. This is to say, to some extent, Qiu Yimeng had to obey Chun Xian's orders for the time being. However, if she just wanted to say a few words, he could tolerate it. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly before turning to Qiu Yimeng and muttering, Why? Because my father said, as long as I can defeat and capture you, I can inherit the Qiu family. You should know how much I longed for this day to come, and although we used to get along very well, but compared to my achieving my lifelong endeavor, what do you count for? Heh. Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. Forget about me. Can you even convince yourself with such a lame excuse? Lame excuse? What I'm saying is the truth. Today I am here to defeat you. Yang Kai, out of respect for all that I've done for you, obediently surrender without a fight. If you insist on resisting, no one will benefit. Moreover, I know I am definitely not your opponent. Okay. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Behind the two, Chun Xian couldn't help gawking, but he quickly focused his eyes on Yang Kai's movements to guard against him trying to swindle them. The people behind Yang Kai also had awkward expressions. None of them had anticipated that in less than a day, Qiu Yimeng would switch sides and lead a group of masters to find trouble with Yang Kai. When she had spoken just now, there was no hesitation in her voice, and the cold indifference she was exuding now made many of those who former looked up to her feel an immense sense of indignation. But out of respect for their past friendships, no one could bring themselves to accuse her. If it was anyone else in Qiu Yimeng's placai right now, none of them would be willing to forgive her and would likely have already cursed out her 18 generations of ancestors. Even so, no one had a friendly expression on their face. Luo Xiaoman had even broken down into tears as she stared at Qiu Yimeng incredulously. Are you saying that seriously? Qiu Yimeng was stunned. Why not? If you can capture me, you can become heir to the Qiu family, right? Yang Kai smiled lightly. You've indeed paid a great deal for me. Now I am simply returning the favor. What's wrong with that? The look on Qiu Yimeng fluctuated as a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes, seemingly feeling touched somewhere deep in her soul by these words. She even felt the impulse to shed tears. First young lady. Chun Xian saw Qiu Yimeng's reaction and felt her determination to fight begin to waver, so he quickly called out to her. If they really could take Yang Kai without a fight, it would be the same as making a huge contribution to the Qiu family. Qiu Shoucheng had told him that once they captured Yang Kai, he was to be sent back to the central capital Qiu family at all costs. Qiu Yimeng turned a deaf ear to Chan Xian as a look of hesitation continued to linger on her face for a moment before she suddenly grit his teeth and shouted, "Do you think these words can soften my heart and weaken my resolve? You bastard! How despicable can you be?" Yang Kai's serious face cracked into a big grin as he sent a half-teasing, half-apologetic look to the young woman in front of him. "That really was your plan?" Qiu Yimeng spat in annoyance. Just now she really had been moved by his honeyed words, only causing her to hate herself even more. "No matter what you say, since I've come this far already, I won't go back empty-handed Jisoo." She lifted her hand and summoned a long dagger. This weapon gave off a silvery light and was obviously a high-grade artifact. True Qi fiercely erupted and a thick killing intent surged upwards. Many people cried out in shock. No one had thought such a change would happen so quickly. Even Ning Zhou didn't have time to react. The eyes of Chun Xian and Fallen Leaves Hall Masters also flashed brilliantly as they held their breaths in anticipation. Facing Qiu Yimeng's approaching dagger, Yang Kai maintained his calm grin, not showing the slightest tension as he stared at the brilliantly glowing blade. He didn't even condense his true qi, as if he really had no intention of resisting. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face was filled with determination, and the speed at which she struck only accelerated. But in the next instant, Yang Kai's complexion rapidly changed, his eyes filling with shock as he grabbed towards Qiu Yimeng's hand as fast as he could. Pooh! A dull thud resounded and blood splashed out. Screams rang out and the masters behind the two entangled figures shot forward. The eyes of Chun Xian and the other Fallen Leaves Hall Masters all wore fanatical expressions as they stared at the dumbstruck Yang Kai, grinning fiercely as they approached. Ning Zhou, Tang Yuxian, and Old Demon also pushed their true qi rapidly and crossed over the heads of Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng to intercept Chen Xian and the Qiu family masters. The battle had instantly erupted. Those below the Immortal Ascension boundary were unable to interfere. Even those younger generation leaders who had already broken through the Immortal Ascension boundary were too afraid to approach and could only use their martial skills and artifacts to strike from a distance. Brilliant flashes of light blossomed and waves of true qi rampaged about. Amidst the chaos, Luo Xiaoman stumbled over to Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng, but after seeing the situation, she couldn't help trembling violently as she covered her mouth to stifle her screams. Qiu Yimeng had fallen limply into Yang Kai's arms, her face pale and bloodless as she silently smiled towards the man embracing her. Inserted into her lower abdomen was the very same dagger artifact she had taken out just now. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was completely unscathed. "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Kai, angered, snapped. "I couldn't do anything." Qiu Yimeng smiled faintly. "I could only think of this way and let myself escape temporarily. Just now." Qiu Yimeng stopped her attack halfway through and instead turned the dagger on herself. Yang Kai saw this and immediately tried to stop her. However, Qiu Yimeng's previous expression was too convincing and Yang Kai was also deceived by her for a moment, thinking that she really was going to attack him. When he realized he had been tricked, it was already too late to stop her. Blood flowed from Qiu Yimeng's lower abdomen and soon her clothes were stained dark red, giving her a strange ephemeral beauty. "Don't talk." Yang Kai wrinkled his brow but didn't panic. Qiu Yimeng's injury wasn't in a fatal position, nor did the dagger penetrate too deep. With the help of the myriad drug milk, in only a day or two she would fully recover without even a scar. "I have something I want to ask you." Qiu Yimeng panted for breath as she stubbornly stared at Yang Kai. "If you have something to say, just spit it out." Yang Kai coldly snorted. He was quite discontent with Qiu Yimeng right now. Qiu Yimeng went silent for a moment before staring at Yang Kai, her eyes filled with a look of expectation as she whispered, "If I really had attacked you, would you have resisted? What do you think?" Yang Kai stared back at her. "I don't know. I never could tell what you're thinking. I'm not an idiot. How could I just stand there and let you stab me?" "Sure enough." Qiu Yimeng laughed bitterly. "You've always been a selfish person, but if you weren't, you wouldn't be you." Yang Kai suddenly wore a fierce grin. "If you really had tried to attack me, then today your life would have been over. What would you do to me? Kill me? Nothing so dramatic. I just strip off all your clothes, and then, heh, spank your little butt red." Qiu Yimeng's pale cheeks suddenly blushed furiously. No one had ever spoken such shameful words to her, and she was at a loss about how to respond. In her mind, she couldn't help imagining a scene where she laid across Yang Kai's lap naked and was repeatedly smacked. Shameful! Stop it! Both of you! Luo Xiaoman stood helplessly to one side and pitifully called out. Quickly tend to her injuries. She won't die. Yang Kai said in an intentionally aloof face before tightly holding Qiu Yimeng and standing up. Glancing over at the chaotic battlefield, a cold light flashed through the depths of his eyes before he turned around and hurried into the house. Luo Xiaoman chased after him quickly. A short time later, the three arrived at Su Yan's room. Pushing open the door, the trio was hit by a blast of cold air. Su Yan was sitting on the ice crystal bed, seemingly cultivating, but in fact her mind wasn't here at all. The commotion outside Yang Kai's house and the ensuing battle had naturally drawn her attention, but because of her identity as a High Heaven Pavilion disciple, it wasn't convenient for her to come forward to join the fray and could only wait here quietly. What happened? How did she receive such an injury? Su Yan saw Qiu Yimeng's condition and quickly inquired. This silly girl did it to herself, Yang Kai said while laying Qiu Yimeng down on the ice bed, the profound chill quickly enveloping her and causing her to shiver. However, thanks to this influx of cold qi, her wound stopped bleeding and her pain was also numbed. I'll leave her to you. Yang Kai snorted, turned around and left. The location of Qiu Yimeng's injury was too sensitive. If she had been wounded anywhere else, Yang Kai would handle it himself, but since it was on her lower abdomen, he could only hand her treatment over to Su Yan. Su Yan also had some myriad drug milk on her and would know what to do. The sound of battle outside continued to grow, and very soon it seemed as if half the night sky was illuminated by explosions of light. When Yang Kai returned to the outside of the house, he suddenly found that the battle had reached a fever pitch with both forces' strength comparable to each other. The enemy force consisted of 20 Qiu family Fallen Leaves Hall Masters at or above the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage. On his own side there were 3 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Yingzhou, Tang Yuxian, and Old Demon, each of whom was currently displaying phenomenal strength. Shui Ling was also taking advantage of her special constitution to harass the enemy and disrupt their concentration. There were also many other Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Yang Kai's allies participating in the battle one way or another. In terms of quantity, Yang Kai undoubtedly held a big advantage, but each master from the Fallen Leaves Hall couldn't be underestimated. So even if they were heavily outnumbered, the fight was still relatively even. The battle quickly became a difficult struggle. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai and his allies had never encountered such a situation. Every battle they fought had always been a lopsided rout. Chen Xian and the other Qiu family masters were even more shocked though. They had arrived here tonight full of confidence, but when the battle really began, they discovered that the rumors weren't exaggerations at all, and had even underestimated the combat power of the cultivators in Yang Kai's house. The Fallen Leaves Hall had deployed almost all of its manpower for this operation, yet now they had no way to defeat the forces of a single Yang family young lord. Chen Xian couldn't help feeling a great sense of shame but quickly steadied himself and began to fight back seriously. Yang Kai watched for a moment but didn't go personally enter the fray, instead turning his eyes towards a spot in the distance. From the direction he was staring, he felt the auras of many strong masters. The strength of each of these people was no worse than that of the masters from the Fallen Leaves Hall, but they numbered several times as many. Without a doubt, these people were the masters from the other 6 families. Just as Yang Kai suspected, 3 kilometers away on the 3rd floor of a large building, the 6 super families' young lords and young ladies, headed by Yi Xian Rou, had gathered and were observing the battle. Although it was night time, the moon was full, so everything that had taken place in front of Yang Kai's mansion had been seen by them. Qiu Yimeng suddenly attacking, Yang Kai taking action in response. They had witnessed everything. But the final result surprised all of them. The one who fell in a pool of their own blood was actually Qiu Yimeng. Yi Xian Rou's beautiful face flashed a gloating expression before she coldly snorted. Yang Kai really has lost his humanity. He'll even viciously attack someone who supported him for so long and who he had such a good relationship with, like Qiu Yimeng. Kang Zhan and the other young lords silently nodded. Although they were discontent with Yi Xian Rou's arrogant attitude, They still agreed with her current rhetoric. They were too far from the battle and hadn't seen any of the intrigue which played out. All they were able to determine was that Qiu Yimeng had been stabbed by Yang Kai. Since entering Yang Kai's mansion more than 10 months ago, Qiu Yimeng had served as his right arm, managing all of the matters inside his house, even down the deployment of his allied forces. She had put in a tremendous amount of work and effort, but in the end, Yang Kai hadn't even hesitated to attack her. No matter who saw this, wouldn't they be disappointed? With such an example, how could anyone think Yang Kai still had any sense of morality? It was obvious that he cared nothing for his allies, and all that mattered to him was his own interests. Only Hu Xingchen wore a different expression, a subtle sneer adorning his face. Although he hadn't seen exactly what happened just now, he wholeheartedly disagreed with Yi Xianro's assessment. "It seems like my plan has failed," Yi Xianro said. However, there was not a look of disappointment on her face. Instead, there was even a hint of joy. She apparently very much enjoyed watching Qiu Yimeng's bitter experience, but she quickly wore a calm, indifferent expression. "If only I had known things would turn out like this, I wouldn't have sent elder sister Qiu in to face such danger alone. It seems I overestimated Yang Kai's humanity. He can no longer be saved. He is a true demon who no longer recognizes friends or family. What should we do now?" Gao Rangfeng asked pointedly. Qiu Yimeng's so-called surprise attack force hadn't played any role at all, which made him suddenly suspect if Yi Xianro knew things would turn out this was, and had deliberately set the former up to fail. Thinking so, a thick sense of detest began to well up in his heart. "Let's observe the situation for a while longer," Yi Xianro said without the slightest sense of tension, her expression calm and light. "Oh, the fight is starting to get fiercer. Shouldn't we send reinforcements?" Kang Zhan frowned. "If we stand by and do nothing, I'm afraid the Qiu family will complain later. Let them fight for a while longer." Yi Xianro faintly smiled. "Ying Zhou and Tang Yuxian have already activated their Mad Tyrant blood skill. I don't think anyone from any of your families wants to face them in their current state, right? After a while, the effects of the Mad Tyrant blood skill will disappear. That will be the best time for us to intervene." The looks on each of the young lords' faces became awkward, but none of them opened their mouths to refute. No one wanted to lose one of their family's masters when there was another option available. After this brief conversation, everyone fell silent and waited patiently. As time passed, the fighting only became more and more fierce, and people were constantly injured or killed. Yang Kai's allies and the Fallen Leaves Hall both suffered losses. Although the powerhouses from the Fallen Leaves Hall held nothing back and fully displayed their great strength, it wasn't enough to ensure their safety in this kind of melee. This was especially true when Yang Kai finally joined the battle. The moment he entered the fray, the delicate balance was broken. After unleashing an eruption of evil energy from inside his unyielding golden skeleton, the Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage Yang Kai was actually able to fight evenly with a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Also, now that Yang Kai had opened his knowledge sea, he could display the full might of his soul skills and soul-type artifact. Using these two methods, he was able to catch people off guard by launching swift, unexpected attacks, often able to kill people in a single strike. The Fallen Leaves Hall immediately began suffering heavy losses, and the situation quickly became dire. Suddenly facing immense pressure, Chen Xian couldn't stand it anymore and shouted loudly, "Young Lady Yi!" He was calling for reinforcements. If the others didn't immediately support them, Chen Xian would have to order his people to retreat. If they kept fighting, the entire Fallen Leaves Hall would likely fall here. The cultivation and methods the people in Yang Kai's house were completely beyond his expectations. These Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators not only had extremely pure true qi, but each of them was equipped with high-grade artifacts. Weren't all of these Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators from ordinary first-class families? Why did each of them appear to be wealthier than him? Chen Xian couldn't help silently complaining. The Fallen Leaves Hall was one of the Qiu family's most important halls because of their strength and loyalty to the family. The number and grade of artifacts they possessed was not small, and could even be said to be the best the Qiu family had to offer. But compared to Yang Kai's Immortal Ascension allies, they were nothing short of shabby pieces. On top of that, the pills that these people took in battle were also quite unusual. Xianxia and the Fallen Leaves Hall masters were already panting for breath, their true chi quickly depleting, but their opponents were still as mighty as dragons and fierce as tigers, and scrupulously spending their true chi as if they were worried they couldn't use it all. What kind of true chi supplementing pills had such potency? Although it was a well-known fact that Xianxia has two unbelievable forces supporting him, Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect, Xianxia only now realized just how much of an impact these auxiliary supports could provide. When she heard Xianxia call her name, Xianxia, who had intended to drag things out a while longer, couldn't sit still. The Qiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall had already lost a lot of people, all of which she had clearly seen, causing her to coldly snort, "A group of wastes," after making no attempt to hide her disdain. She wore an unwilling expression and shouted, "Let's go." It was almost as if she was being forced to do something against her will. Seeing her appearance and the current state of the Fallen Leaves Hall, Gao Rangfeng and Kang Zhan couldn't help feeling a sense of revulsion. The distance separating them wasn't great, so they arrived very quickly. Xianxia's voice spread throughout War City as she shouted, "Xianxia, as long as you continue to associate with demons, you will sooner or later fall to the devil's practices. Don't let your pride cloud your judgment. Surrender the evil sect disciples you are sheltering in your house and repent for your crimes. Do so, and out of consideration for the many long years of friendship between the central capital's 8 great families. We will not embarrass you any further. If you insist on being stubborn and continue to resist, you will only implicate the innocent around you in your sins." From amidst the fierce battle, Xianxia suddenly leapt up and hovered mid-air, fixing his gaze on the approaching group of cultivators, his expression indifferent. With their respective young lords or young ladies at their head, groups of masters from 6 superfamilies that were in no way weaker than those from the Fallen Leaves Hall rapidly closed in. Everyone who looked up and saw Xianxia either wore solemn or bitter expression, except for Xianxia, who had a self-satisfied look upon her face. Huixingchun even quietly sneered, "Junior Sister Ye's eloquence is quite good." Such an excuse, portraying Xianxia as evil while casting their side as righteous and merciful. Huixingchun felt even he wasn't capable of spinning such a compelling narrative. It seemed like Xianxia had carefully and painstakingly planned out how to force Xianxia into a passive situation. "Young Lady Yi." After a moment of silence, Xianxia suddenly grinned. "It has only been a few days since we last met, and I'm glad to see you in such high spirits. Where might my second brother be?" Xianxia's eyes flashed a trace of hatred. The last time they had met, she had tried to seduce Xianxia only to be scorned as a pair of worn-out shoes. Naturally, she still bore a grudge against him, but although her heart was filled with resentment, she didn't show any trace of it on her face as she gently smiled. "Second young lord is currently in secluded retreat. All of his house's matters are currently being managed by me." Xianxia nodded lightly, a light smile adorning his face. "I always felt that my second brother wasn't so shameless and despicable. So, it turns out that it was someone else directing this action. No wonder, no wonder." Xianxia's expression dimmed slightly as she silently cursed. However, Xianxia just laughed before suddenly wearing a strange expression and saying in a regretful tone, "Young Lady Yi, for how I treated you a few days ago, I really must apologize. After thinking about it later, I realized I was mistaken. Since you delivered yourself to my door, I should not have refused you. Bearing your beautiful and delicate body before me without hiding a single thing, I had nothing to lose and everything to gain. I don't know what foolishness possessed me to give up such a wonderful opportunity. I sincerely regret it." As he shouted loudly, Xianxia slapped his thigh as if he was truly aggrieved. Listening to his words, Kang Zhan, Gao Rangfeng, and many others all suddenly made weird faces and turned to stare at Xianxia awkwardly. None of them knew when Xianxia attempted to seduce Xianxia, and judging from the current situation, it seemed like she had gone with high spirits but returned disappointed. This was really letting a heaven-sent gift slip. The little lord had such formidable will. Every man present couldn't help admiring him a little, imagining that if Xianxia were to seduce them, they would not have been able to resist. "I've reconsidered now. Yang Kai said seriously. Young Lady Yi, let us find a secluded place and I will do my best to meet your expectations. I am quite confident in both my skill and stamina. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Yi Xianro's expression was completely sullen, and the rage she felt caused her to tremble faintly. She had never expected Yang Kai to be so shameless, not hesitating to openly publicize these kinds of private matters. Wanting to refute him directly but lacking confidence in her believability, she couldn't help angrily retorting, Yang Kai, don't spout nonsense. Wanting to use such vulgar words to smear my name. How could I, Yi Xianro, be such a woman? Hearing this argument, Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, and everyone else awkwardly turned their heads away, their expressions still somewhat unconvinced. Huixing Chun even whistled obnoxiously. You don't believe me? Yi Xianro glared at these people, her pretty face now a bright shade of red. However, no one bothered responding. Humph, whether you believe me or not doesn't matter. In any case, nothing ever happened between this bastard and me. Yi Xianro huffed angrily, seemingly completely annoyed. Obviously, young Lord Kai just said he shut you out. How could anything have happened between you two? Huixing Chun cynically muttered. Yi Xianro took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, forcing down the anger in her heart before turning an ice-cold stare towards Yang Kai, her mouth curving into a malicious grin as she nodded lightly. Yang Kai, this time I'm not here to trade meaningless words with you, but to bring you back to the central capital and force you to repent for your wicked deeds. This is also the meaning of the 8 great families. Declaring so, she pointed right at him and shouted, Capture Yang Kai. Anyone who dares to resist, kill without mercy. She had been thoroughly enraged by Yang Kai's little stunt and didn't plan on arguing with him any longer. Immediately, the 6 groups of masters behind her shot forward, bringing with them a terrifying momentum. Since when was I defenseless? Yang Kai roared. Tu Feng. 7 figures suddenly flew out from the house. Headed by Tu Feng, it was the remaining 7 blood warriors. Counting the previous Ying Jiu and Tang Yuxian, the 9 blood warriors who resided in Yang Kai's mansion had all been deployed. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. 7 voices simultaneously boomed and a torrent of true chi and blood force erupted, causing everyone's eyes to shrink and all of War City to tremble, as if in the next moment the entire city would be crushed under the pressure. Yi Xianro's face suddenly filled with indignation as she shouted, Yang Kai, have you forgotten? This is the inheritance war, and the Yang family has forbid these 7 people from intervening. If you dare let them fight, you will be violating your agreement with your family. This is no longer the inheritance war. Yang Kai sneered. You know this better than me. Old Demon, who was currently fighting with the Fallen Leaves Hall Masters, also let out a wicked laugh and shouted, Since when did little Lord care about this nonsense inheritance war? Patriarch of the Yang family, what crap is that? All of you slandering him so maliciously. If there weren't things here he's still worried about, he would have already left long ago. What are you trying to say? A master from the Fallen Leaves Hall, who was fighting Old Demon, saw him suddenly shout this monologue and couldn't help asking. Old Demon grinned maliciously towards this man and declared, I'm saying, you're already dead. These words seemed to contain a strange and profound power that caused a sense of death to infiltrate the mind of this master. The next moment, his movements stopping and his eyes glossing over, his face suddenly becoming pale as he muttered, I'm dead. Already dead. Idiot. Old Demon coldly snorted, rapidly thrusting his hand out and inserting it into the dazed master's chest and pulling out his still beating heart. Fresh blood splashed out from the new hole in the man's chest. Old Demon's face became more and more terrifying as he glanced around to find the most heavily populated enemy position. Blood sea seals the heavens. A crimson light shot out from behind him, filling the air with a gloomy aura, the ground instantly transforming into a bubbling swamp of blood that impeded the movements of all those unlucky enough to be caught in it. Yi Xianro's expression became fearful along with Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, Meng Shanyi's. Even Lu Qingyao's always stoic expression became incomparably grave. Old demon's cruel methods were far beyond what any of them could accept. Before now, none of them had ever even heard of a man who could cultivate such evil martial skills and secret arts. Smelling the rich, bloody aura, Xianxia couldn't help but vomit. Old demon's powerful technique had instantly pulled a dozen immortal Ascension boundary masters into this bloody sea and sealed them, none of them able to escape. How is this possible? After watching the battle for a while, Gao Rangfeng couldn't help shouting. He discovered that the 7 Superfamily Coalition force comprised of more than 100 Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage and above masters were actually unable to quickly defeat the cultivators from Xianxia's mansion. Despite the fact that they held an absolute numerical advantage in terms of Immortal Ascension Masters compared to Xianxia, their opponent was still able to put up a strong resistance. Observing carefully, Gao Rangfeng suddenly understood. Xianxia's subordinate blood warriors. Since when did all of them reach the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage? This sentence shook others awake as well, many of them glancing around and discovering that this was really the case. 9 blood warriors, 9 Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage masters. When Xianxia broke through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, 4 of them were only at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, yet after only a dozen or so days all of them had broken through. An Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage blood warrior, after activating their Mad Tyrant blood skill, could exchange a few moves with an above Immortal Ascension Boundary master. Although the masters from the 7 families were also not ordinary powerhouses, how could any of them be opponents of these 9 blood warriors in a one-on-one fight? Even if a number of them collaborated, they wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat their enemy. It could be said that the biggest reason Xianxia's forces could last until now was solely because of these 9 blood warriors. Their other peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master hasn't appeared yet. Lu Qingyao suddenly reminded, causing everyone's heart to tighten once more. That was right, what about the master named Meng Wuya? The battle had already gone on for some time now, yet he hadn't appeared. Why didn't he take action? Did he disdain to intervene? Or was he currently not here? Delay will lead to more problems in the future, Kang Zhan muttered as his brow furrowed. Since the beginning of this operation he had always felt restless. Perhaps Xianxia had left a psychological shadow on him last time when he had injured him. But whatever the reason, Kang Zhan now had a deep wariness of Xianxia engraved in his heart. Gao Rangfeng nodded lightly in agreement. During the months of the Inheritance War, Gao Rangfeng had accompanied Yang Zhao several times against Xianxia. Yet every time, no matter how unfavorable the odds were, Xianxia always managed to carve out a path to victory, shocking everyone in the process. This time everyone was confident they could defeat Xianxia, but who knows what would happen if things continued to drag on. After all, miracles were almost commonplace when it came to Xianxia. I'm going to help, Huixingchan said as his eyes flashed a strange light, not waiting for Xianro to respond before dashing off. Xianro was momentarily stunned but soon coldly snorted and didn't make any attempt to stop him. I'm going to challenge the little lord. Lu Qingyao also stepped out. This time, Xianro couldn't stand it anymore and quickly tried to object. Young Lord Lu, please wait. You're not his. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xianro swallowed back down the words she was about to say because Lu Qingyao directed an ice-cold glare towards her. Although she was nominally the head of the 7-family coalition and she could arbitrarily overrule Gao Rangfeng or Kang Zhan, she still had an instinctive fear towards Lu Qingyao. This was a result of living many years in the shadow of the central capital's first young lord. Xianro wanted to say that Lu Qingyao was not Xianxia's opponent, but naturally these words would anger him. At Pijing Lake I once said, when the little lord broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, I would fight with him again. That time has come. Whoever dares to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Qingyao said calmly. Xianro somehow squeezed out a smile and said softly, then young Lord Lu must be careful. I wish you a swift victory that will dampen Xianxia's prestige. Down below, Huixingchan had already rushed to the outskirts of the battle while smiling and greeting the various young leaders outside Xianxia's mansion. All of them glared angrily at him in response. None of them understood why the situation had developed into this, and seeing Xianxia's family also participate in the attack on Yang Kai's house tonight naturally fueled their anger. Xianxia wore a carefree expression, seemingly paying no attention to the death stares he was receiving and instead turned towards Dong Qinghan. "Fatty, get over here. This young master has long since felt unpleasant associating with you. As fat as a pig yet strutting around pretending to be an elegant gentleman. How could you possibly compare to this young master's elegant demeanor? What did you just say?" Dong Qinghan's eyes dimmed as he stared at Xianxia coldly. "Didn't you clearly hear what I just said? Or has all that fat plugged up your ears?" Xianxia scoffed as he shook his head back and forth disdainfully. Dong Qinghan let out a frigid laugh as his slightly rotund face trembled, stepping forward slowly while cupping his fist. Good, Xianxia laughed. "A trivial first-class family's young lord daring to join forces with that evil creature Yang Kai. Just watch how this young master smacks you silly today." Saying so, he swept his eyes over all the other young leaders and arrogantly said, "All of you fools, if you don't want to die, abandon Yang Kai as soon as possible and run as far as you can run." The faces of all of these youths were incomparably ugly by now. "If you feel unwilling and refuse to accept this young master's kind warning, come up and fight a few rounds. This young master will neither run nor hide." Xianxia sneered. Han Shaoqi stared at him coldly, her brow furrowed slightly before she suddenly wore a dazzling smile and shouted, "Let's teach this arrogant young master that the young leaders from first-class forces are not to be looked down upon." The next moment, a dozen youths all rushed Xianxia and began pummeling him. Within a few short breaths, Xianxia, like the dead pig, was grabbed by Dong Qinghan and thrown into Yang Kai's mansion, the latter calling out to several true element youths and ruthlessly saying, "Strip off his clothes and lock him in one of the storage rooms for a few nights. Bastard! How dare he call me fat?" Gao Rangfeng and Kang Zhan, who saw this whole exchange, both wore awkward expressions as a thick sense of incongruency arose in their hearts. "Young Lord Hua has been captured. What should we do?" Meng Shan Yi suddenly said with a wry smile. "Clumsy tricks." Yi Xian Ro coldly snorted before disregarding this matter. Xianxia wasn't of any consequence. All that matters was that the Hua family's masters continued to fight. Just as Xianxia was being captured, Lu Qingyao also arrived in front of Yang Kai. "Last time at Pijing Lake I failed to fully enjoy our fight. Today, I have deliberately come to ask Little Lord for advice. I hope Little Lord will not refuse." Lu Qingyao wore an indifferent expression as he looking towards Yang Kai and lightly said. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Brother Lu, forgive me. I'm a little busy right now. Let's make this quick." Lu Qingyao nodded and nothing more needed to be said. The next moment, his aura and true qi violently surging forth. Step by step, Lu Qingyao trod forward, and each time he did so, it was like a gong was rung that resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Lu family's 9 resonant steps. During their confrontation at Pijing Lake, Lu Qingyao had used this technique against Yang Kai. This was one of the Lu family's core inheritances, a mysterious grade mid-rank martial skill, and the most powerful attack Lu Qingyao could muster. However, this time was quite different the last. Back then, because of the massive gap in cultivation, Lu Qingyao had held back as he wanted to compete in terms of skill rather than raw power. Now though, Lu Qingyao went all out, so the momentum he gave off was much stronger than when he had used this martial skill at Pijing Lake. Dong! With each step Lu Qingyao took, a shockwave of sound burst inside everyone's ears, making several of those with weaker cultivations tremble unconsciously. Dong dong dong. Lu Qingyao's figure seemed to grow larger and more majestic with each step he took. By the time he had trod the 9th step, Lu Qingyao had become a giant in everyone's eyes. His head had reached the heavens while his feet covered the earth. He was like a towering titan who held up the sky itself. Trod 9 steps, shatter the heavens. This was the Lu family's 9 resonant steps. As his foot came down for the 9th and final step, Lu Qingyao's momentum had nearly reached that of a peak Immortal Ascension boundary master. An unimaginably huge foot crashed slowly towards Yang Kai, not giving him any chance of escape. Everyone suddenly sunk into a kind of illusion, as if this foot was crashing towards them, and as soon as it fell they would be reduced to dust. The cultivators with slightly lower strength couldn't help turning pale as they trembled with fright. But facing this terrifying blow, Yang Kai simply lifted his fist and punched out. This seemingly unremarkable straight punch, however, was filled with a terrifying destructive force. When this tiny fist impacted the giant foot, it was as if the entire night sky flashed. Lu Qingyao's momentum deflated and his huge figure suddenly staggered backwards. Honk! An earth-shattering sound resounded as the giant fell to the ground and disappeared in a burst of light. Standing midair, Lu Qingyao suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood and held his chest, his eyes staring blankly towards Yang Kai, a hint of awe and fear flashing across their depths. "Thank you for your instruction," Yang Kai inspired gently. "Fierce," Lu Qingyao sincerely admired. "This Lu has lost. Many thanks, little lord, for showing mercy." The last time when the two had fought above Pojing Lake, Yang Kai had to use his mysterious grade martial skill, Star Mark, in order to force a draw, but this time, he had only used a simple punch to break the Lu family's core martial skill. The difference in strength between the two young men was apparent at a glance. "Young Lord Lu is too polite." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Although I lost, but this action is not something I have any ability to influence. My apologies, little lord. The most I can do this time is remove myself from this conflict." Saying so, Lu Qingyao turned around and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Young lord, young lord." The Lu family's masters all saw Lu Qingyao's sudden departure and couldn't help calling out in surprise. However, they received no response. Yi Xianro's expression became extremely irritable. Within less than an hour, two young lords and the only other young lady from the seven-family coalition had been eliminated. Qiu Yimeng leaving the stage was caused by her own hand. It could even be said that Yi Xianro had deliberately set her up to fail. Hua Xingchen being captured was something she didn't stop or even care about. Although he was physical here, his spirit had never left Yang Kai's house. Him remaining didn't contribute anything to their forces and on the contrary was a negative influence, so it was better for him to exit early. However, Lu Qingyao actually going so far as to personally withdraw was not something Yi Xianro could easily accept. Lu Qingyao still held the title of the Central Capital's first young lord. His words and actions had a big influence on many things, especially when it came to public opinion. Lu Qingyao still had a great deal of prestige in the eyes of the world. With this turn of events, Yi Xianro would obviously feel annoyed. Now, there were only 3 young lords remaining beside her: Kang Zhan, Gao Rangfeng, and Meng Shanyi. Whether these 3 held the same convictions as her was something she couldn't verify with certainty. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng she was relatively confident in, but Meng Shanyi's thoughts were harder to understand. "Senior brothers aren't considering withdrawing, right?" Yi Xianro asked subtly, deciding to stamp out problems before they arose. "Junior sister, ye need not worry." Kang Zhan shook his head slowly. "This time's action is the collective meaning of the 8 great families. How could we carelessly retreat? Doing so would be too irresponsible." Gao Rangfeng also nodded in agreement. Although in his heart he rather sympathized with Yang Kai's current situation, in the end, he was not familiar with the latter nor did he share any deep friendship with him, so he did not have much issue with following his family's instructions. Hearing their stances, Yi Xianro looked a little embarrassed and nodded slightly. Junior sister is relieved then. Such a grand event, junior sister does not have confidence to manage alone, and must ask several senior brothers for their continued assistance. In the current situation, she had no choice but to lower her stance, unlike the domineering performance she put on back at Yang Zhao's mansion. Qiu Yimeng, Hua Xingchen, and Lu Qingyao's successive departures had affected the mentality of some of their respective families' masters. Without the young lords or young lady of their family here to serve as leader, many of them began to feel like they were simply working for the benefit of others, causing them to focus more on protecting themselves rather than defeating their opponent. This was especially true of the Chiu family's Fallen Leaves Hall. They had acted as tonight vanguard and as a result, suffered the greatest losses. How could they be willing to sacrifice any more for a prize they ultimately wouldn't obtain? Since reinforcements from the other 6 families had arrived, the remaining Qiu family masters had all but stopped engaging Yang Kai's forces. All of these masters were quite shrewd. None of them was willing to suffer for the sake of an outsider. The 7-family coalition looked like a monolithic iron slab, but in actual fact they were all secretly calculating against each other, creating a somewhat laughable scene. The furious battle raged on. The losses of the 7-family coalition forces became more and more devastating as time passed, with the 9 Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Blood Warriors using their Mad Tyrant blood skill becoming the biggest obstacle to defeating Yang Kai. After repeated attempts and many bloody battles, it was still impossible to repel these 9. The 9 Blood Warriors split into groups of 2 and each pair was able to pin down a whole group of enemy masters while Yingzhou alone stood guard beside Yang Kai, clearing out enemies who got too close to him. The looks on Yi Xianro and Gao Rangfeng's faces continuously darkened. The Blood Warriors had been using their Mad Tyrant blood skill for too long now, according to the information they had. The Yang family Blood Warriors' forbidden technique could only be activated for around half an hour, but half an hour had long since passed, yet the 9 Blood Warriors didn't show any sign of blood force exhaustion. Instead, they were all brimming with vitality. Only now did all of those present realize that there was a good reason why the Yang family stood at the top of the 8 great families for so many years. Even though the other great families had all sent out their own elite in a united front, they had no way to defeat these 9 Blood Warriors. Obviously, this made them both frustrated and anxious. Amidst the chaotic battle, Yang Kai was constantly monitoring the surrounding situation. Although the 9 Blood Warriors were fierce and Old Demon's strength was even more astonishing, his other Immortal Ascension Boundary allies were gradually suffering losses, and if their numbers reduced too far it could greatly affect the trend of the battle. Ling Taisu and Meng Wuya not appearing, Yang Kai could understand, because once either of them took action the situation would be beyond repair. Inside War City they weren't the only top-level masters. In the current situation, Yang Kai even more disapproved of the 2 of them moving. Ling Taisu and Meng Wuya's biggest contribution right now was to act as deterrents. Not to mention, this war hadn't ended yet, and no one knew what the final outcome would be. A white figure suddenly soared out of Yang Kai's house. Sensing this familiar aura's appearance, Yang Kai quickly fell back to meet up with her. Turning his head, Su Yan had already rushed over to his side. Qiu Meng isn't in any danger. She's just resting now, Su Yan reported softly. Yang Kai nodded. I'll assist you. Good. Su Yan hadn't originally intended to participate in this battle, but since the enemy force was both larger and more powerful than they had anticipated, she felt she had no choice but to come forward. Yang Kai had already stated that this was no longer the inheritance war, so how could she still stand idly by? After treating Qiu Meng's wound, she had immediately set out. Along with her, the 4 elders from High Heaven Pavilion also appeared. Each of these old men had not weak strength, and after joining the fray they quickly created an advantageous trend around them. The mysterious grade mid-rank ice mirror artifact was summoned into Su Yan's hand, and a profound chill instantly spread out around her. As she poured her true qi into it, the snow-capped mountain within the mirror began emitting a silvery glow, pulsing an ice-cold aura. A flash of light blossomed and a huge barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping a large number of masters from the 7-family coalition. Kong Zhan's eyes shrank as he shuddered and shouted, "It's that artifact!" 10 days ago, the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters from the Kong and Qiu families were trapped by this artifact and quickly turned into ice sculptures. Seeing this scene once again appear in front of him, Kong Zhan couldn't help panicking. What's so special about this artifact? Xianro hurriedly asked. Kong Zhan quickly collected himself and in a dignified voice explained all he knew. Listening to his description, Xianro's pretty face also paled while nearby, Gao Rangfeng and Meng Shanyi wore equally dim expressions. Such a powerful artifact, who could withstand it? Moments after Kong Zhan finished explaining the specifics of the ice mirror, the barrier in front of them suddenly shattered and 2 figures flew out. Everyone turned their eyes towards this pair and, as expected, saw Yang Kai and Su Yan. As for the masters from the 7 families who had been trapped inside the barrier a moment ago, All of them had turned into ice sculptures, standing there silently in various strange poses. Whether they were dead or alive was uncertain. From beginning to end, the battle inside the ice barrier had only lasted as long as it would take to drink half a cup of tea. But this was only the beginning. Su Yan, who had just frozen a dozen or so immortal ascension masters, once again poured her true chi into the mirror, and to the utter horror of Xianxia and her allies, another ice barrier formed. This time, another dozen plus people were shrouded within it. Impossible! Xianxia screamed. This kind of artifact must require a massive amount of true chi to activate it. Even if she is an immortal ascension boundary master, she can't possibly use it twice in such quick succession. By Su Yan's own skill and strength, she really couldn't use this artifact repeatedly. If she were to really do this, she would no doubt exhaust her true chi prematurely. So even if she managed to trap her enemies inside the barrier, she would have no way to defeat them and would instead become vulnerable to their counterattack. However, right now Xianxia was beside her, and the two of them had cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. With the pair's true chi constantly circulating between them, Su Yan could bear this kind of seemingly excessive consumption. A burst of uneasiness rose inside Xianxia's heart. Armed with this mysterious great artifact, Xianxia and Su Yan alone could take care of a dozen opponents at once. If this repeated a few times, would anyone be left in her army? Just as she considered this frightening possibility, the barrier lifted for the second time, and more than a dozen newly formed ice sculptures appeared. When the familiar flash of light blossomed once more, all the masters from the Seven Family Coalition scattered, desperately trying to avoid being trapped inside this certain death barrier. Xianxia's face finally became fearful, her expression incomparably ugly as she racked her brain trying to find a way to overturn the current predicament. Unfortunately, nothing came to mind. This was the first time she deeply felt her own incompetence and weakness. She couldn't help thinking to herself that if Second Young Lord was here, with his intelligence and methods, then maybe he could find a way to combat this strategy. Although Xianxia and Su Yan's strategy was shamelessly monotonous, it was incredibly effective, almost forcing the Seven Family Coalition into a corner. Enough! An angry roar suddenly resounded through the air, containing endless majesty and inspiring fear in all those who heard it, causing the entire battlefield to instantly stagnate. High up in the night sky, a terrifying aura appeared, and as everyone turned their eyes towards it, they discovered a massive palm image crashing towards the ground. This palm strike slowly flew towards the barrier that Su Yan's artifact had just created. When this strike hit atop the barrier, a tremendous rumble erupted, causing everyone in the surroundings to stumble. With a loud bang, the seemingly sturdy ice barrier shattered into pieces like an ordinary mirror, revealing all the people inside it. Both Xianxia and Su Yan coughed simultaneously, their faces suddenly turning slightly pale. The ice mirror artifact was essentially shared between both of them, originally refined by Xianxia but now used by Su Yan. So once the barrier it created was forcibly smashed, both of them had suffered a certain amount of backlash. The masters who had been trapped inside the barrier saw this scene and quickly realized they had been saved from a desperate situation. A look of joy flashing across their faces as they swiftly fled. None of them wanted to be turned into frozen ice sculptures. Witnessing all of this, Xianxia couldn't help wearing an exuberant expression, while all the other young lords let out a sigh of relief and turned their attention to the sky above. On the other end of their gazes stood 8 figures. Obviously, they were the above Immortal Ascension Boundary Grand Elders who had been sitting in the Seal Temple. The eyes of these 8 old men, however, were all staring at Su Yan and Xianxia, their faces filled with surprise, shock, and even some dread. Xianxia raised his head and stared coldly at these 8 old men. The 8 Grand Elders appearing here was expected by Xianxia and his allies. One of the 8 old men slowly took back his raised hand. Obviously, he was the one who had sent out the previous earth-shaking palm. Xianxia shifted his eyes to this individual and narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling that this old man was the one who seemed to have a particularly bad attitude towards him before. "Grand Ancestor!" Xianxia extremely happy shouted. The man nodded lightly. Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, Meng Shanyi, and everyone else from the Seven Family Coalition all quickly cupped their fists and politely greeted. After a lapse of 10 days, these 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters had reappeared, their purpose self-evident, causing many down below to feel both relieved and embarrassed. If their 7-family coalition had been able to defeat Xianxia, then it would not have been necessary for these 8 grand elders to appear. Perhaps these 8 old men realized that with the remaining strength of the 7 family forces they had no way to take Xianxia's mansion and had thus chosen to act. This was mainly the results of Xianxia's miscalculations and improper deployment. Otherwise this situation would not have occurred. Yang family brat, an above Immortal Ascension boundary grand elder with a square face, looked at Xianxia maliciously. Last time we didn't dispose of you on the spot only because you were a child of the central capital's 8 great families. But instead of using this opportunity to repent for your sins, you instead became more unruly and have even now wantonly slaughtered the loyal masters of our 8 great families. Do you want a rebel? Xianxia took a deep breath and calmed the turbulent blood flow in his chest before coldly replying. With a sword laid across my neck, should I let my head be chopped off or try to fight back? If Senior was in my place, how would you respond? If you hadn't committed any crime, how could my 8 great families act against you like this? How could your Yang family not care about you? Making such foolish mistakes yet still so thick-headed. I don't believe I've done anything wrong. Xianxia replied flatly. If you're worried about me becoming a person like the Demon Lord, then I will forfeit this inheritance war and no longer compete for the position of Yang family patriarch, so you can rest at ease. The 8 great families cannot forgive a black sheep like you. Your very existence is a stain on the Yang family and the 8 great families' honor. The square-faced man shouted. In the end, all you want is for me to submit. Xianxia smiled coldly. I apologize. I'm a stubborn person who refuses to eat hard food. If you had come to discuss things with me, we could have reached some kind of agreement. But since you insist on using force to coerce me, then I can only resist and ensure no one gains anything. Impudence! The square-faced old man coldly shouted. You're not qualified to discuss anything with us. No matter who tries, today, no one can save you. Elder brother at your age, do you not think it inappropriate to argue so with a junior? A light voice suddenly called out while 2 figures flew out from Xianxia's house. Obviously, it was Meng Wuya and Ling Tai-su. Meng Wuya smiled indifferently. The matters of the younger generation. Must we intervene? Meng Wuya. The square-faced old man stared deeply at Treasurer Meng, his expression unchanged, seemingly having anticipated that he and Ling Tai-su would appear. I don't know what secrets you are hiding, but you alone are still not qualified to block my 8 great families' actions. Last time, when Xianxia was breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, these 8 grand elders had made an appearance. But at the time they hadn't acted ruthlessly because the situation was still within their ability to accept. Firstly, Xianxia hadn't grown beyond their control, so there was no need to immediately execute him. And secondly, they didn't want to fight with Meng Wuya and Ling Tai-su who were supporting him without it being absolutely necessary. Meng Wuya went without saying. His whole existence was surrounded in mystery. None of them could see through him. As for Ling Tai-su, regardless of anything else, he was a genuine above Immortal Ascension boundary master, and fighting such a powerhouse was no joke. I'm not qualified? Heh. Meng Wuya grinned, his expression completely tranquil. Don't say me. Even that guy down below, one-on-one. None of you are his match. As he said so, he casually pointed towards Old Demon. In response, Old Demon grinned fiercely. Him! The square-faced old man thought otherwise but still showed a look of surprise on his face, slowly shaking his head. What does he count for? From his words, a thick contempt and disdain was apparent. Not only was his expression so, but the other 8 great families above Immortal Ascension boundary masters were also so, all of them secretly thinking that Meng Wuya no longer had all of his faculties, actually saying such nonsense. Between Old Demon, Meng Wuya, and Ling Tai-su, the one they were most wary of was Ling Tai-su. After all, this man had reached the above Immortal Ascension boundary, and his cultivation equal to their own. Not to mention, he was able to cultivate a monster like the current Demon Lord. After Ling Tai-su, the second person they had concerns about was Meng Wuya. Although he was only a peak Immortal Ascension boundary master, none of them could fully understand him. To an enemy they couldn't completely understand, naturally they had some suspicion and fear. As for Old Demon, although he too was a peak Immortal Ascension boundary like Meng Wuya, none of them really placed him in their eyes. Such a cultivator any of them could casually kill. Previously, when Yang Liting used a palm to explode his blood demon puppet, Old Demon hadn't dared to revolt. From this alone they concluded Old Demon was not their match. Hearing the mockery in the square-faced man's words, Meng Wuya couldn't help but laugh. Old Devil Lord, these people seem to be looking down on you? Aren't you going to speak up? If they want to look down on me, they're free to do so. Why should I bother saying anything? Old Demon smiled devilishly, not showing the slightest shame or embarrassment, as if he didn't care one bit what these 8 old men thought of him. Can you really stand it? Meng Wuya stared at Old Demon with a sly smile. Considering your cruel personality, shouldn't you be itching to give this group of short-sighted children a harsh lesson? You're right. All of them are short-sighted brats. But why should this old master lower himself to their level? Old Demon scoffed, arguing back and forth with Meng Wuya while ignoring the 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary Grand Elders like they were air. Everyone's mood was quite awkward. Listening to these two quibble, it seemed like this old devil lord really he was the senior and these above Immortal Ascension boundary old men were the inexperienced juniors, not worthy of his attention. Did he really have such skill? Such qualifications? Just as everyone was puzzling over this idea, Old Demon's face suddenly became solemn as he calmly declared, although this old master doesn't want to lower himself to the level of these kids, but if I continue to let them act arrogantly without responding, they'll really start thinking this old master can be casually bullied. This technique is quite laborious to use, so this old master was hoping he wouldn't have to display it. Saying so, the rolling true chi within Old Demon's body suddenly became completely still. Demon Spectre Saint Technique. A great roar that seemed to resound throughout the heavens and earth left Old Demon's mouth, and at the same time, the surrounding world energy whipped up into a violent storm. At the same time, everyone felt like all the blood in their bodies was being violently drawn to Old Demon, seemingly wanting to burst from their bodies and fly towards him. The lower strength cultivators present instantly had pained expressions, and under this strange suction their skin became bright red and blood began leaking from their 7 orifices, making all of them appear particularly miserable. Even the ones who had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary had to furiously circulate their secret arts in order to barely stand firm. Everyone present had a dignified expression. None of them knew what method Old Demon had used to achieve such an effect. Xiao. Bright red beams of light suddenly appeared from all directions and rushed into Old Demon's body. These beams were composed entirely of blood from the scattered fallen cultivators. Whether it was the masters from the 7 Family Coalition, or the allies who supported Yang Kai, as long as they had died, all the blood from their corpses would be drained within a few breaths. Even the blood that had seeped into ground was drawn out under this huge suction. As Old Demon's body absorbed all of this blood, he was suddenly dyed entirely red, like a boiled crab. Suddenly, from within his body, a heart-pounding surge of blood force that was many times more intense than when the Yang family blood warriors activated their mad tyrant blood skill erupted. Once all the ownerless blood within 1,000 meters was completely exhausted, the suction force suddenly disappeared. Everyone below the Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage had shed blood during this process, including those from Yang Kai's house. However, none of these people's lives were in any danger. Old Demon had still been quite measured and didn't cause any of them to die for no reason. At this moment, an earth-shaking energy fluctuation began radiating from Old Demon. A pressure field centered around him also quickly spread outwards. The aura he emitted intensified rapidly, soon breaking through the limits of the Immortal Ascension boundary and continuing to climb at an incredible speed. The 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary Grand Elders' eyes all trembled violently as they witnessed this scene, a deep feeling of terror gripping their souls. After a moment, the energy fluctuation slowly subsided and Old Demon let out a long breath. A ferocious glint flashed across his eyes as he flexed his fists and showed a satisfied expression on his face. The 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary Grand Elders quickly released their divine senses to probe Old Demon and were suddenly dumbstruck. Above Immortal Ascension boundary. Right now, Old Demon was a genuine above Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator. After regaining their composure, a series of incredible questions flashed across each of these 8 old men's thoughts. What kind of martial skill was this Demon Spectre Saint technique, and what grade was it? Why could a cultivator at the peak Immortal Ascension boundary break through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary in such a short time? Even the ultimate technique of the Yang family Blood Warrior Hall, the Mad Tyrant Blood skill, couldn't produce such an effect. Tu Feng and the other Blood Warriors using their Mad Tyrant Blood skill could exchange a few moves with an above Immortal Ascension boundary master, but there was still a great disparity between them and the genuine article. However, after using this Demon Spectre Saint technique, Old Demon had really reached their level. In an instant, the breathing of these 8 old men became rapid and their eyes practically turned red. If they could obtain this heaven-defying method, just how much would the strength of their family increase? Each of the 8 great families only had a few above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, but all of them had many at the peak Immortal Ascension boundary. Even if the effects of this technique were short-lived, in a key moment it could play a critical role. Is this old master now qualified to exchange moves with you? Old Demon snickered towards the 8 old men, each of whom wore an awkward expression and didn't respond. As for the square-faced master who had just ridiculed Old Demon, his face was even uglier than the rest. With both of them now at the above Immortal Ascension boundary, what right did he have mouth off to Old Demon? Demon Spectre Saint technique. Not too bad of a technique. Meng Wuya nodded gently. That and the Blood Demon puppet you refined serve as complementary skills, right? Old Demon chuckled wryly. Don't expose all my secrets, please. Meng Wuya's insight was truly impressive. With only a single glance he had noticed the subtle connection between Old Demon's Demon Spectre Saint technique and his Blood Demon puppet. The Demon Spectre Saint technique required a great deal of fresh blood to perform. The higher the cultivation of the people the blood came from, the greater Old Demon could enhance himself. However, this condition in itself was quite problematic. After all, it was impossible for Old Demon to produce such a large amount of blood in an instant. But by using the Blood Demon puppet, this problem was eliminated. In fact, the Blood Demon puppet's primary purpose was as a blood storage. Its combat ability was actually just a secondary benefit. When necessary, Old Demon could sacrifice his Blood Demon puppet to use all of its absorbed blood to display the Demon Spectre Saint technique. You actually have such an ability? Xianxia also looked at Old Demon with surprise. Even though he knew that both Old Demon and Meng Wuya were extraordinary, and had secretly speculated about their heritage, Xianxia discovered now that he had still underestimated them. Forgive me, young master. Old servant usually doesn't use this move, so he has never displayed it before. Old Demon replied. Xianxia nodded lightly and didn't pursue the matter. He didn't have a habit of snooping into other people's secrets. After their brief exchange, he and Old Demon turned their eyes towards Meng Wuya. Old man, it's your turn. With just this old master and sect master Ling, I'm afraid it's still not enough. Old Demon shouted. After all, the opposing side had 8 people. Such a difference in numbers was a bit overwhelming. Although Old Demon and Ling Tai-Su were a powerful deterrent, now that things had reached this point, they really weren't enough to force the enemy back. Meng Wuya nodded gently, inhaling a deep breath before simply shouting, Solve? From within Meng Wuya's body, a chain-like energy pattern emerged that seemed to be binding him like a vicious snake. Then, with an eerie creak, this chain shattered into a myriad of light particles. An imposing pressure suddenly burst forth and shook the heavens themselves. Meng Wuya's expression didn't change at all, but at this moment, compared with the previous one, the aura he gave off was completely different. Above Immortal Ascension boundary. After shouting a single word, in an instant Meng Wuya became an above Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator. The method he had used to accomplish this was completely different from the one Old Demon employed. Old Demon had used some kind of forbidden technique to absorb a massive amount of blood from the surrounding area in order to raise his strength. However, Meng Wuya seemed to have unlocked some kind of seal inside his body, restoring his original strength. This implied that Meng Wuya had already reached the above immortal ascension boundary, but for some unknown reason had part of his strength locked away. This discovery once again greatly disturbed the 8 Grand Elders. As they looked over Meng Wuya again, the expressions on each of their faces became even more dignified. The more they interacted with Meng Wuya, the less they were able to see through him. Everything about him was far beyond their comprehension. At this moment, the pressure Meng Wuya gave them was the highest, followed by Old Demon, and the previously most powerful Ling Tai Su had actually become the least imposing. This kind of lineup and such profound heritage, this matter had grown far beyond what they had anticipated. The 8 old men all wore awkward looks. Originally, they thought that their appearance would be enough to settle things, but now they discovered that they had greatly miscalculated. Only now did they understand why 10 days ago, when Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya appeared to protect Yang Kai as he broke through, did they not show any fear? If they had really fought that day, never mind Yang Kai, all of War City would likely have been destroyed. Tonight's battle had undergone so many unexpected twists and turns that everyone couldn't help feeling confused and anxious. Old Demon and Meng Wuya both stepping forward and using their own unique heaven-defying methods to instantly reach the above immortal ascension boundary. Such a fantastical display was not something average people could dream of seeing. Many of those present felt that even if they were to die tonight, it would be worth it, and secretly began to look forward to how this situation would develop from here. Inside a trivial war city, at this moment, 11 above immortal ascension boundary top-ranking powerhouses had gathered. The situation had now developed far beyond either side's ability to control. Now that things had gotten to this point, it was impossible for anyone to easily retreat. Both sides had exposed their complete strength, so whoever backed down first would appear weak and timid. Ling Tai Su secretly passed a message to Yang Kai warning him to be careful. Yang Kai silently signaled to his allies to fall back from the battlefield and rally together. At the same time, Yi Xian Ro issued similar instructions to the remaining 7 family forces. Within a few breaths of time, a kind of no-man's land had formed. Up in the sky, the 11 old men confronted each other, while down below, the cultivator from Yang Kai's house and the masters from the 7 family coalitions, separated by 1,000 meters, faced off, most of nervously holding their breaths as they waited for what came next. Are we really going to fight? Meng Wuya looked at the 8 people opposite him and calmly asked. Things have already reached this point. We must at least exchange pointers. Among the 8, a fat old man replied. He was the one who had been quite optimistic about Yang Kai and didn't want this kind of dispute to happen, but with his own backyard on fire, he had little choice but to act now. After all, as a Grand Elder, he had to stand on the side of the 8 great families, so even if he had high expectations for Yang Kai, there was nothing he could do for him. Might as well. Meng Wuya nodded before smiling temperately. All at once, single challenge, consecutive fights. How do you want to play? Feel free to choose whatever method you like. The 3 of us will accommodate you. Several of the 8 old men couldn't help snorted coldly, their expressions darkening. Meng Wuya saying so clearly indicated he didn't place them in his eyes. Naturally, this made them somewhat unhappy. The fat old man calmly grinned. Your Excellency's tone is quite big. All of them were above immortal ascension boundary masters, people of great status. None of them would easily enter a fight, and no one below their level was qualified to challenge them. But even so, today's battle seemed inevitable. However, if they were to really fight 8 against 3, once word spread out, their reputations would be severely damaged. Since a group battle was impossible, they could only choose between issuing challenges or consecutive fights. Against these 3, none of them had confidence in winning a one-on-one challenge, so really, there was only one choice left. But these 8 old men weren't fools. Obviously, they weren't going to answer Meng Wuya's words. Doing so would be an admission of their inferiority. Yang Liting suddenly stepped forward and loudly declared, Sect Master Ling, your relationship with my Yang family is quite deep. 2 generations of my Yang family's descendants have been cultivated by your sect. Since we already have a debt of sentiment, today, this Yang will personally compare notes with Sect Master Ling. Ling Tai Su smiled calmly in return. Very good. Since I broke through, I have yet to spar against someone of the same level. I hope Brother Yang will show mercy in the coming bout. Please. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Tai Su and Yang Li Ting suddenly shot up into the sky, disappearing in an instant. A moment later, from several thousand meters above, a series of violent energy fluctuations proliferated, accompanied by brilliantly bursts of light. Naturally, this was the fallout from the two above Immortal Ascension boundaries fight. Not many gathered here were able to observe any more than this. After so many years, Brother Yang is still so anxious. The fat old man shook his head wryly and grinned, suddenly staring towards Meng Wuya and saying, "Brother Meng, let's also go up." Saying so, his figure flickered and an azure streak shot up into the night sky. Meng Wuya followed soon after. "Old Devil Lord, this old master will accompany you." Another person stood forward and called out "Old Demon." However, in response, Old Demon simply sneered. "Since both Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya have gone up, this old master must remain. If I leave, who will protect young master?" The old man gawked for a moment before angrily shouting, "What do you mean by those words? Are you implying that after engaging you three in battle we will take the opportunity to act against a mere junior? Was that not what you were planning?" Old Demon cast a taunting gaze towards him and chuckled. The old man was infuriated and loudly declared, "If you really think so, you look down upon us far too much. We would not dishonor ourselves with such a shameless action." Old Demon simply laughed. "Who knows what you really think?" His steadfast appearance, silently declaring that he would not move an inch from this spot, obviously indicated he was really worried about the issue he just raised. Old Demon refusing his challenge suddenly made this old man's face turn blue, while the other grand elders behind him also wore ugly expressions as they glared towards Old Demon, their true chi welling up. "Good. I believe that everyone here is an honest and upright individual who would never use such despicable means against my young master." Old Demon sneered and deliberately shouted as loud as he could. Although he also felt that given these people's status, they would disdain to use such methods, but when forced into a desperate situation, one can never be certain what depths people may sink to, so Old Demon preferred to be more vigilant than not. However, if he continued to refuse this challenge, it would only intensify the contradictions between them, so he was forced to make do with issuing this statement. "Young master, you must be careful. Do not drop your guard," Old Demon whispered before turning into a bloody streak, his voice echoing from high above. "Come up! This old master is waiting for you." The old man who had just spoken to Old Demon quickly flew up. 6 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters fighting a mid-air battle several thousand meters into the sky. Everyone down below couldn't help craning their necks to stare at it, but although the strength of these people wasn't low and their eyesight was far more powerful than that of ordinary mortals, the amount they could see was still quite small. Even Yang Kai was only able to sense a small portion of what was transpiring during this profound battle. These 6 combatants each had their own unique understanding of the heavenly way, which was reflected in their every move and attack. If one could perceive even a tiny portion of this understanding, it would be of great help to their future cultivation. Everyone stood there, silently watching and observing, trying to imprint these profound and mysterious images into their minds in the hopes of one day being able to thoroughly understand them. The battle seemed to be getting fiercer and fiercer as the burst of light high above them became even more brilliant and dazzling, soon blanketing the entire night sky in a faint radiance amidst which some indistinct figures flickered back and forth. Some of the more intelligent spectators present quietly snuck a peek at the faces of the strongest masters from the 7 family coalition, soon discovering that all of these top-rank powerhouses either had nervous or helpless expressions. They suddenly realized that the grand battle happening high up in the sky was apparently going quite poorly for the 8 great families. This discovery shocked many people. The 8 grand elders who resided in the Seal Temple had always been regarded as some of the most powerful figures in the world, but now they were being suppressed by 3 unknown men from Yang Kai's house. The above Immortal Ascension boundary was a realm shrouded in mystery. Without actually reaching it, no one could truly understand its profundities. Even top-level masters like Tu Feng didn't really comprehend what it meant to be an above Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator. So after learning that the 8 great families above Immortal Ascension boundary masters were at a disadvantage in this fight, everyone couldn't help feeling shocked by the strength of the Ling Tai Su trio. Meng Wuya and Old Demon had clearly reached this level through some strange methods, while Ling Tai Su had only broken through to his current realm less than a year ago, but apparently all of them were superior to the top masters from the 8 great families. Each of these grand elders had achieved their current cultivation at least 50 years ago, so did that mean the strength they gained from 50 years of hard work wasn't even equivalent to that of someone who just broke through? Above Immortal Ascension boundary, just what kind of realm was it? Just as everyone was filled with curiosity and shock, one of the contests high above them seemed to have reached a conclusion. A moment later, the two figures flew down. It was Meng Wuya and his opponent. Meng Wuya's expression was calm and relaxed, but the fat old man's face was blue, and although he seemed quite unwilling to do so, he still hurriedly cupped his fists to Meng Wuya and bowed. "Many thanks for your instruction." And Meng Wuya nodded gently. Neither of these two had any signs of injury after their battle, which meant that either they had been calmly comparing notes or the gap in power between them was insurmountable. The former possibility was highly unlikely. From the conversation before the battle, the dangerous air was apparently to all. Even if it hadn't reached the level of a life-or-death struggle, it was impossible for them to have competed peacefully. As for the latter possibility, no one dared to imagine it. A while later, Ling Tai Su and Yang Li Ting also flew down, both of them panting for breath as they stared at one another. Sect Master Ling's methods are profound. This Yang has lost. Yang Li Ting threw out these words and then stepped back. The audience was dumbstruck. Meng Wuya had won. Ling Tai Su had also won. Were these ancestor-level characters from the 8 great families really no match for these two old men from Yang Kai's forces? What about the last battle? As many people were about to turn their eyes back up to see, they heard the sound of a heavy object falling through the air, and before anyone could react, a loud bang resounded and a deep pit was opened up in the ground before them. After the cloud of dust from this impact settled, everyone peered into the newly formed crater and was shocked by what they saw. They discovered the old man who had previously challenged Old Demon stand above a pit of his own making. His face extremely aggrieved, his complexion pale, and fresh blood overflowing from his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered some internal injuries. Old Demon swooped down and stopped a dozen or so meters above him, overlooking his opponent while smirking. "I apologize. This old master is a bit boorish and isn't used to controlling his strength, as well as Sect Master Ling and Meng Wuya." The man raised his head and stared at Old Demon for a moment but didn't say anything, quickly retreated to his camp, sitting down and circulating a healing technique. After a while, he opened his mouth and spit out a reddish-black breath. This breath was filled with a strange evil aura and should have been the residual energy left inside his body from when Old Demon wounded him. 3 fights, 3 defeats. The audience was stunned, and everyone's expression incredulous. Were the above Immortal Ascension boundary masters from the 8 great families actually so vulnerable? Didn't they stand at the peak of the martial Tao? Looking at your faces, you don't seem to be convinced yet. Fine, let's go again. We'll settle things here today. Old Demon smiled grimly. It seemed as if Old Demon was provoking them, but everyone knew that since the top-level masters from the 8 great families had appeared, they wouldn't retreat unless a definitive conclusion was reached. Even if 3 of them had lost, there were still 5 of them left. Everyone tacitly understood this point. As if responding to Old Demon's words, 3 more people came out. Ling Tai Su sighed and Meng Wuya shook his head helplessly as both of them flew upwards for the second time. The fierce battle between 6 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters once again appeared, while the masters from the 7 family coalition couldn't help but secretly pray that this time wouldn't end with their completely defeat again. These 8 old men from the Seal Temple had always been the object of worship for the world's common people. If they were to all be defeated, by a group less than half their number no less, the prestige of the 8 great families would collapse. The Immortal Ascension boundary masters of the 7 family coalition held their breaths as they watched the battle high up into the sky. The 2 above Immortal Ascension boundary grand elders who had yet to fight also closely observed. "Brother Hua, that Meng Wuya, just how strong is he?" The square-faced master whispered to the fat old man. Although he had watched the entire battle just now, his understanding of what happened was obviously less comprehensive as the one who had actually been fighting. The fat old man from the Hua family let out a long sigh and smiled helplessly. Please forgive me for only being able to use the words, completely unfathomable. The square-faced old man couldn't hide his surprise when he heard this response. The fat old man shook his head and continued. I am not trying to overstate things in order to preserve my own prestige. I have lived many years and have been diligently studying the above immortal ascension boundary for much of that time, forming my own unique sentiments and understanding about the heavenly Tao. But I have never once encountered anyone like him. Forget about one-on-one. Even if all 8 of us fought him consecutively in order to wear down his strength, he would still be able to beat all of us. What? The square-faced old man cried out in shock as his face went pale. Although he knew that Meng Wuya wasn't a simple opponent, this evaluation was simply too high. But since the fat old man dared to say so, he must have absolute confidence in his judgment. All 8 of them had been together for so many years and were well aware of each other's personalities, so he knew that this Hua family Grand Elder was never one to exaggerate. That Devil Lord is also extraordinary. Old Demon's opponent, who had also been defeated just now, slowly opened his eyes and said bitterly, although his strength isn't as exaggerated as that Meng Wuya's, he's not someone any of us can deal with. The fat old man's eyes suddenly narrowed as he muttered in a pensive tone. It's not just about them being strong. I somehow feel like there is a more fundamental difference between the 2 of them and us, like we aren't even on the same plane. What do you mean? How can we not be on the same plane as them? Aren't they also above immortal ascension boundary cultivators? I can't explain it well. The fat old man's brow wrinkled. When he compared himself and Meng Wuya, he always felt like the latter was standing on the cloud, overlooking himself from a height he was unable to even conceive of. On the other hand, Ling Tai Su is quite normal. Yang Li Ting interjected. Ling Tai Su's cultivation is similar to our own, but you can see Meng Wuya's shadow in each of his movements. After discussing the martial Tao at High Heaven Pavilion for so many years, he must have learned a lot from Meng Wuya. In terms of his practical ability, he should only be able to win 2 rounds before exhausting his strength. Win 2 rounds. The square-faced old man's expression became ugly. Doesn't that mean we're going to lose all 8 rounds? Their opponent numbered 3 while they had 8. So even if Ling Tai Su only fought twice, Meng Wuya and Old Demon could easily handle everyone else. If we could just win 1 round, this simple idea had become the extent of these 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' ambitions. It was really quite laughable. All 5 of the Grand Elders were extremely depressed but also powerless to change anything. These people formerly sat in the Seal Temple and were hailed as Grand Elders of the 8 great families, above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters that all the world's people worshipped and paid homage to. Even if they knew there were some out there better than themselves, they didn't think the difference would be very big. It was not until today, at this moment, that they realized just how ignorant and incompetent they really were. Frogs sitting at the bottom of a well, staring up at the sky, thinking they know everything there is to know of the world. Yang Li Ting muttered faintly, his words reflecting the thoughts of all of the old men present. Brother Yi, whoever you fight, whether it is Meng Wuya or that Devil Lord, you must take extreme caution. Meng Wuya is better, he at least holds back somewhat. But that Devil Lord does not show any mercy. The old man who had taunted Old Demon before seriously warned. You as well, Brother Lu, no matter what, avoid being wounded by his demonic chi. It is particularly difficult to resolve. After managing to say these few words, the old man's complexion paled again and he hurriedly circulated his healing art, apparently not having completely recovered yet. The Grand Elders from the Yi and Lu families nodded solemnly. The square-faced Yi family old man suddenly wearing a dignified expression as he turned his head and glanced towards Yang Kai. Currently, Yang Kai was also paying attention to the fierce battles up above, immersing himself in the various profundities being displayed. Suddenly, a slightly disconcerting feeling arose in his heart. Yang Kai immediately raised his guard upon feeling this faint chill shoot through his body, but after hurriedly examining himself he didn't discover anything out of place. Frowning, He turned his gaze towards the old men from the 8 great families and just happened to meet eyes with the square-faced Yi family grand elder. The other party indifferently stared back for a moment before moving his line of sight away. "Little Lord." Tang Yuxian quickly noticed Yang Kai's perturbed expression and immediately asked, "What is it?" "Nothing." Yang Kai shook his head. "Probably just a misconception." And Tang Yuxian saw that there was nothing wrong with him and stopped asking. Narrowing his eyes at the square-faced old man for a moment, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he didn't perceive anything wrong with himself, that flash of disquiet a moment ago was definitely real. Just as beasts have sharp instincts, so too do cultivators, and to a certain extent, a cultivator's instincts is more sensitive and precise than a wild beast's. That square-faced old man wanted to act against him or had already done so, causing him to subconsciously detect something. Seeing that the situation was deteriorating, was this old man trying to find a way to turn things around by targeting him? Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he cursed in his heart. Yang Kai didn't dare show the slightest neglect. If a master at the above immortal ascension boundary secretly took action against him, it would be normal for him to not notice anything. Gently taking a breath, Yang Kai closed his eyes and used his powerful divine sense to carefully inspect every part of his body, but still found no abnormalities. Sending his divine sense into his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul phantom floated above the vast sea and scanned the surroundings. His knowledge sea was as tranquil as always. Colorful fish swam through the water, while birds flew through the sky. These fish and birds were formed from threads of his soul and carried all of Yang Kai's memories and experiences. In the middle of his knowledge sea, there was a 5-colored island, quietly standing there like a great treasure mountain. Above the island, a small sword and a strange round object gently floated. The 5-colored island was obviously the soul-warming lotus, while the little sword Yang Kai's soul-type artifact. As for the strange round object, it was the treasure that had appeared from the 7th page of the Black Book. Unfortunately, Yang Kai still had no idea what this round object's function was, or even what it was supposed to be. From the moment he acquired it and it settled in his knowledge sea, it had provided nothing to him nor caused him any harm. Along with the light spring drizzle, the scene inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea could only be described as a paradise on earth, filled with wonder and beauty. Was it really just a misconception? Yang Kai pondered. Had the other party not actually taken action against him? After all, beforehand, Old Demon had been worried about this possibility and had deliberately announced it to the public, while the square-faced old man had loudly declared it was impossible for them to target Yang Kai while Meng Wuya, Ling Taisu, and Old Demon were distracted. These 8 were ancestor-level members of the 8 great families. The words that they spoke naturally carried weight. Smiling wryly, Yang Kai turned around to withdraw from his knowledge sea. But at that moment, his movements suddenly stopped and his eyes filled with frigid light. Staring around at his knowledge sea with a cold, piercing gaze, he suddenly let out a laugh and muttered, "Interesting. I don't remember it ever raining inside my knowledge sea." Everything in one's knowledge sea was a reflection of oneself. When one was happy, there would be nothing but sun and blue skies for tens of thousands of kilometers. When one was distressed, there would be storm clouds and pouring rain wherever one looked. Yang Kai had thought that this spring drizzle was just a reflection of his current mood, but he quickly realized that something was wrong. When he tried to control it, he found that this drizzle actually had no relation with himself. Since this rain had no connection with him, it must be someone else's scheme. "Show yourself!" With a great angry shout, Yang Kai's formerly calm knowledge sea suddenly turned into a rampaging storm with waves rising high in the sky and water columns leaping from the water like dragons. The drizzle seemed to stagnate for a moment and then, under the intense bombardment from Yang Kai's divine sense, came to a complete halt. An illusory figure suddenly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai, staring towards him with a dignified expression. "I knew it was you," Yang Kai sneered, ridiculing. "What? Are the words of a noble above immortal ascension boundary master nothing more than farts?" The opposite person was the soul phantom of the Yi family's square-faced grand elder. Since he had appeared tonight, he had constantly denounced and opposed Yang Kai, making the latter wonder just where he had offended him. Finally, after thinking about it, The only explanation Yang Kai could come up with was that this old man was helping Yi Xianro. After all, he was a grand elder of the Yi family. There was a good deal of surprise on the old man's face. Apparently he had never thought that Yang Kai would see through his methods, nodding faintly as he praised. You really are out of the ordinary, having an immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivation, yet being able to see through this old master's soul skill. This old master's spring drizzle has never failed before. Spring drizzle, silent infiltration, was a unique technique of this old man. As an above immortal ascension boundary master, he had originally thought that using this move to deal with Yang Kai was overkill, but to his surprise, before achieving anything, he was seen through and exposed. Yang Kai just snorted and stared at him coldly without saying a word. Yang family brat, how did you cultivate your knowledge? See? The old man asked. With your second stage cultivation, it's absolutely impossible for you to have such massive and pure spiritual energy. This kind of spiritual energy strength, although much worse than this old master's, is still far above that of an ordinary peak immortal ascension cultivator. Old dog, you sneaking into my knowledge was not to ask such a retarded question, right? Yang Kai mocked, not waiting for the opposite party to respond before continuing. Did you think that since your plans tonight have failed miserably, you could find some way to salvage the situation by plotting against me? The old man didn't care about Yang Kai's mockery and just casually replied, This old master was just curious. If you don't want to tell me, I won't bother asking. In any case, I'll be able to figure it out sooner or later. As for the reason why this old master snuck in here, naturally I want to unravel some of your secrets. My secrets? Yang Kai gawked for a moment before wearing a sly grin. About how I quickly improved the strength of my allied cultivators? The old man nodded without any shame. Right? Your Yang family not coming to your aid tonight is clearly because they want to force you to retreat to the central capital to accept their asylum. We are also taking advantage of your Yang family's attitude to see if we can obtain your methods. However, even if we're not able to obtain your secrets first, how could our 7 families not gain any benefits after accompanying your Yang family to put on this show tonight? The old man casually exposed the machinations of the 8 great families to Yang Kai. This was reality. The Yang family not ordering Yang Kai to return, only sending Yang Zhen and several elders to negotiate with him, was by design. In the family's view, since everyone wanted whatever secrets Yang Kai was hiding, Yang Kai himself would certainly not be able to withstand the pressure and at that time would willingly return to the Yang family for protection in exchange for knowledge of his ability to rapidly improve the strength of his allied cultivators. Forcefully squeezed melon isn't sweet, so the family had never intended to use violence against Yang Kai. Firstly, they were afraid Yang Kai would resent them, and secondly, the military force he had gathered around him wasn't to be underestimated. Of course, the biggest reason for their actions was because they felt that as a member of the Yang family, Yang Kai should willingly surrender everything to them in the first place. To the Yang family, if one of their descendants discovered a way to rapidly promote a cultivator's strength, they should naturally offer it to the family. However, if he were to return to the Yang family, his cultivation would no doubt be crippled, a consequence impossible for Yang Kai to accept. The other 7 families took advantage of this subtle contradiction between Yang Kai and the Yang family to insert themselves. The best result would be for them to capture Yang Kai in this battle. At that time, they could directly negotiate with the Yang family about how to divide the hidden benefits he was holding. But even if they couldn't catch Yang Kai tonight, simply forcing him back to the Yang family was also acceptable. As the square-faced old man said, the 7 families had accompanied the Yang family to perform this face and in the process lost many masters. If the Yang family didn't provide them with some compensation, would they willingly give up? Yang Li Ting appearing today was precisely because of these considerations. On the one hand, he was accompanying the other Grand Elders to pressure Yang Kai, while on the other, he was secretly ensuring that Yang Kai didn't fall into another's hands. In summary, everything was done to maximize the benefits of the Yang family. After listening to the old man's explanation, Yang Kai nodded lightly but couldn't help feeling a sense of desolateness. This was typical behavior for great families. Compared to the overall benefits of the family, individual members were unimportant. If the family demanded anything from any of its members, They had no choice but to comply. The old man spoke again. Our original purpose was indeed this, but now this old master has found something even more interesting. You want to obtain the method to instantly promote to the above immortal ascension boundary? Yang Kai grinned. He wasn't an idiot and could naturally guess what the other party was after. Tonight, Meng Wuya and Old Demon had both used heaven-defying methods in order to instantly increase their cultivations to the above immortal ascension boundary. This was extremely shocking to everyone present. Regarding Meng Wuya, it was very likely he had already reached such a realm, yet had part of his strength sealed and had only broken this seal to recover his original cultivation. Such a method was of no use to others as Meng Wuya's circumstances were essentially unique and couldn't be replicated. On the contrary, it was at least possible to use Old Demon's Demon Spectre Saint technique to reach the above immortal ascension boundary in a single bound. If any of the 8 great families could obtain this technique, it would no doubt become their most valuable possession. Each of the 8 great families had at least a dozen or so peak immortal ascension boundary masters, so with this forbidden technique, in a moment of crisis they could create a dozen or more above immortal ascension boundary cultivators. What kind of concept was that? If the Yi family's Grand Elder could obtain this technique, it wouldn't be a dream to crush the Yang family under his feet. So what if Old Demon's methods were bloody and cruel? Compared to the benefits he could obtain, everything else was irrelevant. Whether it was a black cat or a white cat, as long as the mouse was caught, it was a good cat. Interesting. This time you don't care whether it's an evil technique or demonic secret art? Yang Kai taunted the old man sarcastically. Because I have the potential to become a demon lord, all of you joined up to crusade against me. Yet now you so highly covet Old Demon's brutal methods? So in the end you also want to cultivate such an evil skill. No matter what the nature of a skill is, as long as it is useful to the family, it's worthy acquiring. The old man coldly snorted, not showing the slightest bit of shame. Yang Kai was astonished. So you already understood this point yet pretended not to, putting up a righteous front in order to suppress and destroy me. Don't you feel even slightly embarrassed? The old man slowly shook his head. One's standpoint changes based on where one stands. Using such methods to suppress and eliminate you, if you must have an explanation, then it is because you are too weak. If you stood in my position now, no one would dare accuse you of anything. I know. Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression becoming dignified. In the end, it's because I have no power. And even if you are a young lord of the Yang family, in front of us, you're nothing but an insignificant brat. Many thanks for your enlightenment. In the future, I will work hard to reach a height where everyone will look up to me and obey my will. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as a raging fire burned in the depths of his eyes. You'll have no such chance. The old man shook his head indifferently, his attitude cold and aloof. If you hadn't broken this old master's technique, you might still have had such an opportunity, but now that you've discovered me, do you think this old master will let you leave here safely? You plan to kill me? Yang Kai stared at the square-faced old man without the slightest fear, even appearing somewhat eager to fight. I won't kill you. If you die, how will I get that technique from that devil lord? For this old master, controlling you is far more valuable than killing you. The old man said faintly, as if he was speaking of some trivial matter. You can't leave here to expose me either. This old master has already sealed up your knowledge sea. Who said I wanted to leave here? Yang Kai grinned. As he said so, his entire knowledge sea surged up. Old dog, have you forgotten? This is my knowledge sea. Here, I am the master. As soon as he said so, countless water columns rushed out from the sea below, like great flood dragons, and charged towards the old man's soul phantom. The old man stood calmly in place. Facing this fierce assault, he didn't seem worried at all, only waving his hand casually the moment before the water columns were about to strike him. With a bang, the water columns all seemed to hit upon an invisible wall, unable to even wet the old man's clothes. Your soul is very powerful, but there is still a wide gap between our levels. Didn't this old master tell you so before? The old man snickered towards Yang Kai sarcastically. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, suddenly discovering that at some point, unbeknownst to him, This old man's spiritual energy had infiltrated every part of his knowledge sea. With Yang Kai's entire divine sense submerged into his knowledge sea, at this moment, his main body was essentially defenseless. But with the great battle between above immortal Ascension boundary cultivators taking place, attracting everyone's complete attention, it was unlikely that anyone would notice his abnormal condition. In other words, if Yang Kai was unable to handle this old man himself, he may really end up being controlled by him. Waving his hand, Yang Kai summoned all the birds flying through the sky and all the fish swimming in the sea and sent them flying towards the old man. The square-faced old man's expression became slightly dignified. Although it was true that his soul was stronger than Yang Kai's, but not to the degree he could outright ignore the latter. This immortal Ascension boundary second stage brat's divine sense attack far exceeded what should normally be possible for one at his cultivation realm, forcing the old man to take it seriously. An invisible energy was released from the Yi family Grand Elder's soul phantom and intercepted the impetuous birds and fish. With things having reached this point, neither the old man nor Yang Kai held anything back, leading to an earth-shattering battle inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Fish burst into fluorescent lights and the birds fell from the sky. Yang Kai's attack was unable to cause any substantial damage, but the old man's face only became more and more dignified as time passed. The spiritual energy contained inside his soul phantom was being drained at a noticeable rate, making him realize that defeating Yang Kai here would be far more difficult than he had imagined. Xiao. Above the five-colored island, the soul-type small sword artifact flashed a brilliant burst of light and shot out, causing the old man's expression to no longer remain calm. Although this soul-type artifact was only heaven-grade top rank, it was specially designed to damage a cultivator's soul. So to the old man's soul phantom, it was a particularly dangerous weapon. Yang Kai now using it against was something the old man couldn't ignore. A series of visible spiritual energy threads glowing a faint green light appeared from the old man's body and instantly wove into a great net that showed towards the small sword. The green net was extremely tough, and when the small sword it could not immediately tear through it. Instead it was as if the sword had sunk into a mire, its forward momentum greatly reducing. When he saw this, the old man coldly snorted, "Yang family brat, surrender peacefully. This old master has already given you enough face by not immediately capturing you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Stop pretending," Yang Kai shouted. "If you could have done that, why would you have bothered talking in the first place?" The old man's expression instantly cramped. Although he would never admit it, what Yang Kai just said was true. Before infiltrating Yang Kai's knowledge sea, he had never expected the other spiritual energy to be so strong, greatly impeding how quickly he could implement his plan. During the conversation, the small sword finally broke through the green net and flew over to Yang Kai. Grasping the soul-type artifact in his hand, Yang Kai poured his spiritual energy into it without reservation, causing the palm-sized sword to radiate a terrifying sword chi. Holding this small sword, Yang Kai grinned fiercely and rushed straight towards the old man. Before even arriving, Yang Kai used the palm-sized sword to send out a sword wave comprised of spiritual energy several meters in length towards the old man. The Yi family Grand Elder's face went pale as he loudly cursed, "Damn brat, you're insane." The confrontation up until now had only been the two of them smashing their spiritual energy into their opponents. Even if their souls were weakened somewhat, there wouldn't be any lasting effects. But if either of their soul phantoms was damaged, the consequences would be dreadful. If the damage was light, one would suffer mental damage and degenerate into an idiot. If the damage was heavy, death would be instantaneous. So when he saw Yang Kai's soul phantom so recklessly use this small sword, how could the old man not be shocked? What kind of madman would use this method to fight? Yang Kai's soul-type artifact quickly broke through several layers of the old man's green spiritual energy woven nets, and the two entered into close-quarter combat range. Although he was at an advanced age, the old man still had an instinctual fear of death. Before exchanging a single blow, the old man's courage faltered and he hurriedly retreated, putting as much distance as he could between himself and Yang Kai. "Old dog, can you only flee like a coward?" Yang Kai pursued while not missing the opportunity to viciously taunt the old man. This place was Yang Kai's knowledge sea, so Yang Kai had an absolute advantage. From the water below, he constantly sent out divine sense attacks to impede the old man's escape. How could the square-faced old man have any time to respond? A moment ago, did you say you were going to control me? Come. Tell me how you plan to do that. Yang Kai laughed happily, as he spat out ever more intense ridicule, taking great pleasure in the old man's awkward expression. Inside the world of Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Yang Kai and the old man's soul phantoms continued their game of cat and mouse around the five-colored island. The old man is not willing to face Yang Kai head-on with his soul phantom, lest he encounter some kind of accident, while on the other hand, Yang Kai seemed full of vigor, chasing after him with dogged determination as if he made a vow to never rest until striking a killing blow. Purely in terms of momentum, the old man had already lost. But in reality, Yang Kai had no way to decisively defeat his opponent. Although this was his own knowledge sea, and although he was the true master of this place, never mind the gap in cultivation, the old man had nearly 100 years more experience in the use of his spiritual energy than Yang Kai. As a result of this disparity in experience, the old man could safely evade Yang Kai's pursuit. While on the run, the old man could even afford to investigate the strange five-colored island. The more he observed it, the more difficult it was for him to suppress his desire to possess it. He didn't know what this five-colored island was, but that didn't stop him realizing how extraordinary it was. When the old man's soul phantom was near this island, he felt his spiritual energy noticeably increase, and any loss he had experienced during this battle was quickly restored. After only a moment, the old man understood that this mysterious five-colored island must be a supreme soul treasure. This also explained why Yang Kai had such a powerful soul even though he was only an immortal Ascension boundary second-stage cultivator. This five-colored island was the root of everything. The value of this island may even be greater than that old Devil Lord's promotion technique. Realizing this, the old man's breathing became slightly rushed. He had used his divine sense to silently infiltrate Yang Kai's knowledge sea in order to find an opportunity to control the latter. And although things hadn't gone according to his original plans, he had now discovered this priceless treasure. This time he had profited greatly. Even if he had to damage his soul phantom, he had to capture this little brat. The secrets and wealth hidden on him were capable of making anyone's eyes go red. So the old man steeled his determination. Seemingly aware of the change in the old man's thoughts, Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. He had 3 secrets that he absolutely could not let those he didn't have absolute trust in know. First was the wordless black book. This secret was so far known to no one. The second was the 5-colored soul-warming lotus about which only Old Demon knew, and the third was the myriad drug liquid. Now his second biggest secret had been exposed to an enemy, causing the opposite party to covet the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai's murderous intent swelled. No matter what, he couldn't allow this old man to leave his knowledge sea safely and reveal this secret. Responding to his intention, Yang Kai's entire knowledge sea became violent, and the number of attacks which flew towards the old man instantly multiplied. However, in response, the old man suddenly stopped, turned around, and sneered disdainfully towards Yang Kai. "Yang family brat, you're still too tender." Yang Kai heart clenched and suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The old man laughed wantonly. "Did you think you were chasing this old master? Ha ha ha. This old master was simply leading you around while he made his preparations, yet you never even realized. Such youthful impetuousness." As he spoke, a multitude of deep green lights appeared mid-air and wove into a giant curtain that completely enveloped the 5-colored island. In an instant, Yang Kai suddenly felt the soul-warming lotus become isolated from his knowledge sea. Yang Kai's face went pale, and he immediately gripped the small sword artifact and shot towards the green curtain without the slightest hesitation, wanting to destroy it. "In your dreams," the old man shouted angrily. After consuming a massive amount of his spiritual energy to arrange this green curtain, how could he allow Yang Kai to break it? If Yang Kai succeeded in destroying his layout, it would waste all of his previous effort. Letting out a grate and waving his hand, a thin green net appeared around Yang Kai and tried to bind him in place. Yang Kai turned around and slashed at this green net, and although he cut several of its threads, he was unable to break through it entirely. As the sense of crisis he felt grew even stronger, Yang Kai's entire knowledge sea was seemingly affected as well, becoming turbulent and restless. The old man, on the other hand, sneered, a smug, confident expression appearing on his face. Just as the thin netting was about to wrap around Yang Kai, an astonishing pressure descended. Suddenly, whether it was the old man or Yang Kai, neither of them could move a muscle. It was almost as if, under this pressure, both of their souls would momentarily be crushed into dust. The old man was dumbstruck, completely unaware of what had happened. Even if he was an old above immortal Ascension boundary master and had a wealth of experience, he had never before felt such terrifying pressure. The netting he had previously laid out to trap Yang Kai rapidly disappeared, like spring snow under a blazing sun. Although Yang Kai was also exposed to this pressure, he was still much better off than the old man. This pressure seemed to be targeted towards the old man, while Yang Kai only received some residual effects. A crisp sound rang out. As this sound echoed throughout Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the two people were both stunned silent. The two of them saw a horizontal crack appear on the oddly shaped object that had been floating above the five-colored island. As if someone had torn a hole in the void, the crack slowly expanded, and as it expanded, the crushing pressure became stronger and stronger. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, there was an unprecedented surge of violent wind. The old man shuddered as his heart filled with an intense sense of crisis, making him almost want to collapse to the ground. His soul phantom fluctuated unsteadily as a miserable howl emerged from his mouth. As Yang Kai stared at the strange round object in the sky, he suddenly felt a cold chill throughout his body. Since unsealing the 7th page of the Black Book, Yang Kai had repeatedly tried to unravel this strange object's mysteries, but had never once succeeded. Never had he expected that today, when he fell into a critical situation, this thing would suddenly show a reaction. What exactly is this thing? Yang Kai stared at it tightly, wondering what it was doing, and what, if anything, he should be doing in response. The crack continued to expand, and under the ever-increasing pressure, the formation the old man had painstakingly arranged was torn apart like strips of paper. After a while, the crack expanded to its limit, and after seeing what lay within it, both Yang Kai and the old man couldn't help feeling a sense of absolute terror. The old man cried out between his pitifully howls, "An eye! It was an eye! A giant eye!" When Yang Kai first obtained this thing, he had made a guess about what it was, originally thinking it was some kind of fruit that looked like an eye. However, it was a tightly closed eye. Now, this single eye had finally opened. Unlike an ordinary person's eyes, though, this one's eyeball was jet black and had a golden pupil. It radiated an imposing and majestic aura that made any who saw it give birth to the idea of bowing down and paying homage to it. Although it was just a solitary eye, it stood there quietly above the treasure island like a supreme ruler, staring down at the old man in an overbearing manner. It was as if, before it, this above immortal Ascension boundary master was nothing but an insignificant ant. "Young family brat! What the hell is this?" the old man screamed, attempting to gain some information from Yang Kai. Under the gaze of this eye, he felt like his soul was under such great pressure it would be disintegrated in the next instant. Obviously, Yang Kai didn't answer, his own thoughts racing. In truth, he couldn't answer even if he wanted to, as he also didn't know what this thing was. Just as the old man was trying to make a last-ditch struggle, a golden beam of light suddenly shot out from the solitary eye and washed over the soul phantom of the old man. Without the slightest sound, or the slightest movement, the soul phantom of an above immortal Ascension boundary masters was instantly purified, leaving behind only a large mass of pure spiritual energy gently floating mid-air. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. After completing all this, the giant eye, which had opened for some unknown reason, slowly closed and once again entered a mysterious state of dormancy. However, Yang Kai faintly felt that before this solitary golden eye closed, it seemed to have stared at him, showing a slightly disappointed, yet simultaneously gratified look. Inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai saw the weather once again become calm and the sun shine down. All kinds of fish continued to swim in the sea, and the great flocks of birds leisurely flew through the sky. Yang Kai remained in a daze for a while, but was unable to understand any of the Golden Eye's mysteries. He quickly withdrew his consciousness. Immediately upon exiting his knowledge sea, a series of shouts and screams reached his ear. Looking towards the origin of these voices, what appeared in his vision were the above immortal Ascension boundary masters from the 8 great families. The fat old man was supporting the body of the square-faced old man as he anxiously called out, Brother Yi, what happened?" Yang Liting also closely examined the situation, but after a while he just slowly shook his head and muttered in a solemn voice, "He's dead." Everyone, whether they were allies of Yang Kai's or masters from the 7-family coalition, immediately gawked, unable to believe what Yang Liting had just said. An above immortal Ascension boundary master died? There's no sign of injury. I don't know what happened. Yang Liting's brow furrowed as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. The Yi family's square-faced Grand Elder had almost the same strength as him, but he had suddenly died for no reason without suffering the slightest external injury. Did his vital essence run out, or was he secretly plotted against by someone? The former possibility was unlikely. Yang Liting had been together with him for so many years. If he really was on the verge of death, as a fellow above immortal Ascension boundary master, he would have also been somewhat aware of it. Since he had never heard him say anything regarding this, it was all but certain he had not arrived at the end of his lifespan. Was he secretly poisoned? Yang Liting couldn't think of anyone who could kill an above immortal Ascension boundary master in front of so many people. In this world, no one had such skill. Even the demon lord of the ash-gray cloud evil land couldn't accomplish this. What happened? Yang Kai deliberately asked the nearby blood warriors. Tu Feng swallowed hard and replied in a dignified voice, "I'm not clear. We didn't see anything. All I can tell is that the Yi families above immortal Ascension boundary Grand Elder suddenly began to foam at the mouth and then collapsed to the ground like that." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression indifferent, while inside he was once again astonished by the killing power of the solitary Golden Eye. A superficial strike had completely erased the soul of an above immortal Ascension boundary master. The Yi family old man's soul phantom carried all of his thoughts, so once it was destroyed, how could his body survive? This solitary Golden Eye, what exactly was it? Across the battlefield, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn, whether it was the remaining 8 great families above immortal Ascension boundary masters or Meng Wuya and Ling Tai Su. All of these top-level powerhouses deeply frowned as they pondered over this mystery. Old Demon suddenly broke the silence with a callous chuckle. "Don't make any absurd accusations that we used some underhanded means to kill him. When this incident occurred, all 3 of us were thousands of meters up fighting a battle. None of us had an opportunity nor method to accomplish this." Although Old Demon's words give the impression that he was intentionally playing innocent, anyone present could tell he was speaking the truth. When the Yi family's square-faced Grand Elder fell to the ground, Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, and Old Demon were still fighting high up above and had only returned to the ground after noticing the strange commotion. The 3 of them never had an opportunity to do this, nor did anyone believe they possessed such a means of silently killing such a master, or else there would have been no need for them to agree to fight in the first place. An above immortal Ascension boundary master suddenly and inexplicably dying was an event momentous enough to shake the world itself. The masters from the 8 great families no longer had thoughts of seeking trouble with Yang Kai tonight. This mysterious death of the Yi family's Grand Elder made everyone present nervous and uncertain about their security. An unseen enemy silently being able to kill an above immortal Ascension boundary master would undoubtedly be able to kill anyone here without them being able to resist. "Many thanks for your hospitality regarding tonight's matters." Yang Liting glanced over at Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, and Old Demon, faintly saying, "In the future, I hope you will offer us your guidance once more." Delivering this nondescript message, he picked up the body of the Yi family Grand Elder and flew towards the Seal Temple with the 6 other old men. Meng Wuya and the other 2 masters didn't move to block them. Their display of strength tonight was only to secure Yang Kai's safety. "Collect our fallen comrades. We're leaving." Xianxia ordered the remaining members of the 7 family coalitions in an absent-minded voice. Although all 7 families had suffered losses during tonight's operation, the biggest loser was definitely her Yi family. And above Immortal Ascension boundary inexplicably dying was a devastating blow to the Yi family. Soon, the fresh corpses of their allies were gathered and the invaders who had arrived in high spirits retreated into the night. What exactly happened? Meng Wuya muttered. Even he was confused as to how the square-faced old man had suddenly died. As he asked this question, his eyes unconsciously drifted towards Yang Kai. "Why are you looking at me?" Yang Kai said, "I didn't do anything." This response made many people grin and chuckle under their breath. While the little lord had many profound and mysterious methods, astonishing aptitude and potential, and could repeatedly create miracles, silently killing an above Immortal Ascension boundary master was definitely beyond his abilities. "I didn't say it was you. Stop acting so sensitive." Meng Wuya rolled his eyes while in his head suddenly thinking of something. If Yang Kai didn't just deny responsibility, Meng Wuya would probably have never considered him as the culprit. Just now, though, Yang Kai's response seemed to only be a subconscious act, but the very fact he felt the need to deny involvement made Meng Wuya suspicious. Was this matter really related to this little brat? Meng Wuya was suddenly confused. "We should also attend to our fallen," Yang Kai said solemnly as he swept his eyes across the battlefield. His allied forces all quickly dispatched some members to recover the corpses of their dead cultivators. As the sky began to brighten slightly, the night's fierce battle finally came to an end. Although it felt somewhat anticlimactic with such an important event suddenly happening, there was really no choice but to temporarily cease hostilities. However, after tonight's battle, everyone in Yang Kai's house realized one important truth. The current situation was even more serious than what Yang Kai had anticipated. In other words, Yang Kai was in no way being an alarmist when he had previously warned them and may have actually been underestimating the severity of the current predicament. He had really become enemies with the central capital 8 great families. On top of that, the dispute was serious enough to force multiple above Immortal Ascension boundary masters to intervene. What skill or ability did Yang Kai possess in order to actually let the central capital's superforces make such a move? Why did the Yang family remain silent, completely disregarding Yang Kai's existence? None of them knew the answer to these questions, but all of them now realized the seriousness of the problem. After a day of recuperation, many people not only showed no signs of recovering, but instead were even more distressed. The previous night's battle had caused substantial damage. The death of multiple Immortal Ascension boundary masters for these forces was a huge loss. Everyone couldn't help feeling nervous and low-spirited. Inside Treasurer Meng's room, Yang Kai met with Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su and Old Demon to discuss the future. "Little Yang Kai, what are your plans?" Meng Wuya, whose cultivation had returned to the peak Immortal Ascension boundary, asked seriously. Last night, both he and Old Demon hadn't received much, if any damage, but today the two of them seemed somewhat listless. "I'm going to leave here." Yang Kai smiled forcefully and shook his head. "This place can't accommodate me anymore." Meng Wuya nodded lightly. "You should have left long ago. Since you don't want to become the patriarch of the Yang family, you shouldn't have participated in the inheritance war and gotten mixed up in this turbid water in the first place." Yang Kai sighed lightly. "My reason for participating in the inheritance war was just to clear the sect's name, but it seems like that will be impossible now given my current situation. Don't feel embarrassed. Clearing the sect's name is the sect's responsibility. You don't need to worry about such things." Ling Tai Su gently consoled him. Yang Kai nodded gently. "I understand." Old Demon suddenly laughed and said, "Leaving here is for the best. Soaring through the vast sky and sailing across the broad sea, with Old Servant by your side to assist you, young Master's future achievements will no doubt reach an unprecedented height, at least 100 times higher than that nonsense Yang family patriarch's position. Just wait. When young Master's strength breaks through the pinnacle of this world and you return here, those shit central capital 8 great families will all beg for the chance to lick your feet." "Your words are too disgusting." Yang Kai gave him a disapproving stare. Meng Wuya shook his head and followed up. Although the way he put it is truly disgusting, it's still the best course of action for you to take right now. Moreover, we all feel that with your aptitude and potential, achieving this won't be an issue. You are better suited to independent cultivation, not constrained by the shackles a sect or family will impose on you. If you can't break free from all these fetters, your future achievements will be limited. Yang Kai swept his eyes across the three old men in front of him and discovered that each of them had a strong look of confidence on their faces. Suddenly feeling heartened, he smiled and said, "Then, I will work hard to live up to all of your expectations." "And very good." Ling Taisu smiled. "You don't have to worry about the sect or its members. As long as this old master still draws breath, sheltering them won't be an issue. As for your family, you don't need to worry about your parents' safety. Although the Yang family has acted unfairly towards you, they won't stir up future problems by causing trouble for your mother and father." "And I know." Yang Kai let out a long breath. "Young master, when do you plan to depart?" Old demon asked. "As soon as possible," Yang Kai said, his expression becoming somewhat depressed as he did so. After investing so much time and effort, having to give up at the very end was still somewhat vexing. This old master needs a few days to recover. This old devil lord does as well. Meng Wuya lightly coughed. "Ahem. Well, take advantage of these few days to discuss things with the people in the house. They've paid a lot for you after all." Yang Kai nodded slightly before suddenly curiously asking, "Treasurer Meng, how did you and old demon suddenly break through to the above immortal ascension boundary?" Everyone was curious about the heaven-defying methods the two of them had used last night, and Yang Kai was no exception. Hearing this, Meng Wuya and old demon looked at each other and suddenly laughed. "If you don't mind, I'd like to hear about this matter too." Ling Tai Su showed a look of interest. Meng Wuya thought for a moment before nodding lightly. With a wave of his hand, an invisible energy shrouded the room, isolating it from any form of outside investigation. "This old master knows that the methods this old devil lord and I showed last night have definitely attracted a lot of attention and coveting," Meng Wuya said while lightly scoffing. "But all of those brats are too short-sighted if they think that so long as they obtain our methods, they can duplicate our actions." Yang Kai was surprised. "Even if they know your methods, it won't do them any good?" Old demon nodded. "Correct. They probably realized that old Meng's method isn't something they can learn from. But regarding the method old servant used, even if they obtain it, they won't be able to have someone at the peak immortal ascension realm break through to the above immortal ascension boundary." "Why?" "Because the above immortal ascension boundary is different from all previous realms, and without a certain foundation, it is impossible to achieve. In other words, without the proper understanding, the gap between the two realms can't be bridged." Old demon said a few words but soon found he wasn't able to properly describe what he meant, and quickly gave up. "Old men, you explain." Seeing old demon's frustrated expression, Meng Wuya couldn't help chuckling. Simply put, old demon used to be an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator. But since he lost his original body and had to seize a new one, his cultivation has fallen to the peak immortal ascension boundary. However, since he has the foundation of an above immortal ascension boundary and understands its mysteries, he can use that demon spectre saint technique to temporarily return to that realm. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The peak immortal ascension boundary masters from the 8 great families all cultivated assiduously in order to reach the next realm. But before they successfully broke through, how could they understand its mysteries? So what did it matter even if they could cultivate the demon spectre saint technique? They still wouldn't be able to ascend to the above immortal ascension boundary. As for this old master, heh. Meng Wuya grinned. "My cultivation is just sealed. All I did last night was break part of that seal." Yang Kai's expression became slightly dignified at these words. Even though he had speculated that this was the case, when Meng Wuya confirmed his suspicions, Yang Kai still found it difficult to believe. Meng Wuya's strength had really been sealed. Did he seal it himself? Or was he plotted against and bound against his will? If he had sealed his own cultivation, what were his reasons? If it was someone else's doing, who was it that had such astonishing means? No wonder Treasurer Meng constantly seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mystery and had always been reluctant to take action during the Inheritance War. Originally, it was for this reason. Masters at the above Immortal Ascension boundary all cared deeply about their own dignity. How could they be willing to degrade their status by bullying others in something as trivial as the Inheritance War? But whether it's this old master or this devil lord, although we use different methods to return to temporarily reach the above Immortal Ascension boundary, we both suffered some backlash in doing so. I think you can see that from this old devil lord's current complexion. So, if you want to leave here, you should wait for us to fully recover before setting out. No one knew whether the 8 great families would let Xianxia leave here peacefully. So in order to ensure their success, it was necessary for Meng Wuya and Old Demon to be at full strength. Good. Things should be quiet for a few days anyways. I imagine that the 8 great families are currently too busy dealing with the Yi family grand elder's death to care about me. Xianxia snickered. At some point, you need to tell me about the mysteries of the above Immortal Ascension boundary. Not a problem, with old servant next to young master, you'll naturally learn about it when the time is right, Old Demon replied. After thinking about it for a moment, Xianxia took out some myriad drug cream and handed it to Meng Wuya and Old Demon. This thing should help you restore yourselves. Ling Tai Su's expression suddenly became excited. Is it that? Xianxia nodded. Meng Wuya glanced at Ling Tai Su curiously. What kind of treasure is this that it can cause such a great reaction from you? Brother Meng, using this thing is what allowed me to break through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary. Ling Tai Su said lightly. Meng Wuya couldn't help being shocked and quickly used his divine sense to investigate the myriad drug cream. After a long time asking in a startled voice, "There's something of this grade in this place?" Xianxia's brow wrinkled as he asked, "What grade is this?" In truth, he was still unclear about what grade of treasure the myriad drug liquid, milk, and cream were because no one had set a grade for them so far. Now, listening to Meng Wuya's question, he naturally couldn't help asking curiously. Meng Wuya didn't answer him though and instead inquired, "Is this what the 8 great families want?" Sort of. Xianxia nodded his head lightly, a slight suspicion welling up in his heart. He noticed that whenever it came to some high-end things, Meng Wuya would refuse to elaborate and swiftly change the topic. Xianxia didn't know why he did this, but since he wasn't willing to explain, Xianxia didn't press the issue any further. "I can't use this thing, you keep it," Meng Wuya said while handing the fingernail-sized dollop of myriad drug cream back. Glancing over at Old Demon thoughtfully, he suddenly smiled and said, "Old Devil, you're in luck. With this thing, you should be able to really break through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary." Is this thing really helpful for people trying to break through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary? Xianxia heard this and was extremely happy. When Ling Tai Su used the myriad drug cream to break though, Xianxia had thought it was just a coincidence. But now that Meng Wuya had said this, he realized that the preciousness of the myriad drug cream was actually far above his original estimation. This thing contains a trace of the heavenly Tao, which provides a strong assistance when breaking through the above Immortal Ascension boundary bottleneck, and since this old devil already has the necessary foundation, if he can't break through, he should simply commit suicide. Old Demon snickered and quickly received the small piece of myriad drug cream like he was accepting a priceless treasure. The time required for this thing's formation must not be short, right? Meng Wuya asked Xianxia. Somewhere between 5 or 6,000 years. Xianxia answered truthfully. Sounds about right. Precipitating over thousands of years. A good treasure, very good. Unfortunately, it can't help me undo this seal. Meng Wuya sighed. Then use some of this. Xianxia took out some myriad drug liquid and handed it over. Meng Wuya examined this liquid carefully for a moment before nodding. This is also not bad. Although it's not as pure or potent as the stuff you took out before, it's still a rare treasure. It's probably best used restoring injuries and wait. This thing seems like it can also help people cleanse their bodies. Treasurer Meng has good eyes. Xianxia casually flattered. Meng Wuya snorted in response. How could this old master's eyesight be bad? How much more of this do you have? Xianxia scratched his head in thought for a moment before casually reporting a number. When the 3 old men heard how much of this treasure he possessed, All of their eyes bulged as they stared at Yang Kai. Give some to this old master's apprentice. This thing is useless to me, but it will provide a tremendous boost to Chang'er. Meng Wuya immediately said without the slightest bit of politeness. I already gave her some. Treasurer Meng suddenly understood. No wonder her rate of cultivation has increased rapidly these last 2 years. It was because of this thing. The mysterious grade pills taken by the cultivators in your mansion also have some of this thing added to them, right? N. Ling Tai Su smiled wryly and shook his head. The Yang family really lifted a rock to pound their own foot this time. If they knew that Yang Kai had so much myriad drug liquid on hand, how much would they regret their decision to coerce him into surrendering it? If the Yang family had treated Yang Kai well, not insisting he was a demon and insisting his cultivation be abolished, with the amount of resources Yang Kai possessed, he would definitely not mind giving them some advantages. With so much myriad drug liquid, milk, and cream in his possession, even if he liberally used it on his friends and relatives, it would be far more than enough for a lifetime, so why would he not help improve his family's strength? However, the Yang family's various schemes to forcefully obtain this treasure had actually had the opposite effect and forced Yang Kai to rise up against them. Leaving Meng Wuya's room, Yang Kai next went to visit Qiu Yimeng. The Qiu family's first young lady hadn't stabbed herself too deeply in the first place, so after Su Yan took care of her injury and a day of rest, she had basically made a full recovery. Informing her of his decision, Qiu Yimeng wore a bitter expression but didn't offer any objections. Now, in this situation, leaving was indeed Yang Kai's best choice. Go and inform everyone to assemble in the main hall. I have something to say to all of them, Yang Kai casually said. Qiu Yimeng was startled for a moment but instantly recovered. Understanding what he intended to do, she gently nodded and went out to gather everyone. Although she had left Yang Kai's house yesterday morning and brought people to attack it that same night, after the dust had settled, everyone understood her difficulties and no longer blamed her or Hua Xingchun, instead having some sympathy for her circumstances. Forced into opposing one's former friends and allies, who among them could understand just how much pain they felt in their hearts. Qiu Yimeng was still the mansion's second in command. No one could shake her position. Inside the main hall, all the leaders of the various forces had gathered together, but everyone's expression was a little down. Even the most unruly Hua Xingchun wore a serious look on his face at the moment. Everyone waited quietly. After a short while, Yang Kai stood up and began speaking. The inheritance war has continued for roughly 10 months now. I, Yang Kai, am here today to offer my sincere thanks to all of you for your unwavering support through this difficult struggle. Although we nearly achieved victory numerous times, each time, circumstances would appear that caused us to unfortunately fall short. Now, however, this battle is no longer the inheritance war, so I am not planning to continue struggling pointlessly. I will leave here in a few days. For failing to live up to all of your expectations, I offer my apologies. No one said anything, all of them just staring at him quietly. Everyone knew that Yang Kai making such a decision was because he had no other choice. As I said before, continuing to follow me will only make you an enemy of the central capital's 8 great families, and will compromise the safety of the sect or family behind you. Before, I was not certain this would be the result and had just meant to remind everyone. But after last night, this worry has become a reality. The current situation is not something you can take responsibility for, so I hope that each of you can carefully consider the well-being of your own sects and families while deciding whether you will stay or go. Whatever your decision, I will not stop you, and if you must leave, I will do my best to compensate you for the losses you suffered this time. The pill room and artifact refining room had accumulated a lot of savings during this period, enough to assign a large portion to everyone. After finishing, Yang Kai stood there quietly, waiting. Everyone looked at him, yet no one spoke. No one seemed to have plans to leave. Yang Kai suddenly grinned wryly. I've already decided to leave here and no longer participate in the inheritance war. What point is there for you to remain? Even if we all part here, everyone will still be friends when we meet again in the future. This is definitely not a final parting. Saying so, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn as he continued. To put it bluntly, if you choose to remain here, it will only endanger your sect or family. Drawing a line with me now is the most sensible choice. I am not trying to scare you. I'm just speaking the truth. Some of you believe you have debts of gratitude to me, but after 10 months of effort and suffering, know that you have already repaid more than I could ask for. You don't owe me anything, so you should not feel the slightest guilt in leaving now. Dong Qinghan suddenly smiled and objected. Why are you trying so hard to convince us? Didn't you just say we have the right to choose our own course? When we decide it's time to leave, we will naturally go. As for you talking about owing debts, I think it's fair to say no one here owes anyone anything. Although each of our forces have suffered not insignificant losses, but which of us hasn't reaped greater gains? Those of us still standing here would not have our present cultivations if not for the constant supply of mysterious grade pills you provided. In fact, I estimate that without those pills each of us would need several years of hard work to obtain our current strength. On top of that, everyone who has survived till now have at least 3 high-grade artifacts which are unobtainable even for most first-class families. You and I are relatives. You have no right to speak here. Yang Kai shot him a glare. Dong Qinghan couldn't help rolling his eyes and shouting, I'm not trying to defend you. What young Lord Dong said is exactly what I think. Han Shaoqi smirked as she stared at Yang Kai. Do I have no right to speak? Yang Kai sighed. I'm not trying to force you out. But now, we understand. Han Shaoqi interrupted, realizing what Yang Kai's difficulties were and wanting to say something more. But suddenly, a loud voice resounded outside the mansion. All people in Yang Kai's house now hear this. Helping a tyrant oppress the innocent, helping a villain do evil, such sins are unforgivable. But considering that many of you are young, impetuous, and inexperienced, young Lady Yi is willing to offer you a chance at redemption. As long as you cast off the demon Yang Kai and offer your services to young Lady Yi, we will no longer pursue your crimes. If you continue to be obstinately opposed the central capital's 8 great families, when the time comes, you will have only yourselves to blame for the consequences. The voice was like a great bell, echoing throughout all of War City. Everyone in Yang Kai's house clearly heard each and every word. Once, twice, the message was shouted over and over again. Yang Kai's expression became strange for a moment before he sneered dismissively. Xianxia is quite interesting, actually using this kind of trick. He was already preparing to leave, but he hadn't expected to be able to see such an amusing show at the last minute. Trying to use intimidation? Huixingchen shook his head. Xianxia making people shout this message would probably really shake the hearts of some people here. Consequences? What consequences? According to what Yang Kai just said, naturally these people could connect the word consequences together with the family or sect behind them. Some people in the crowd suddenly became hesitant, their expressions complex. Not everyone here could swear to stand beside Yang Kai regardless of life or death. Moreover, even if they decide to leave now, Yang Kai was in no position to blame them. Little Lord, someone suddenly shouted. Yang Kai looked over at the source of the voice and saw Tianyuan City's Lu Feisheng. Nodding his head lightly, he signaled the youth to continue. Young Lord Lu, feel free to speak. My Tianyuan City must leave. Lu Feisheng turned red and said with great difficulty. A wise decision. Yang Kai nodded firmly, without ridiculing or embarrassing him in the slightest, and instead saying in a light tone, For your efforts this time, I offer my thanks to young Lord Lu and Tianyuan City. Turning to the side, he called out, Bring the items. In response, several High Heaven Pavilion disciples, each of them holding a tray, entered the hall and quickly walked over to Lu Feisheng. These are 10 bottles of mysterious grade pills and 5 artifacts. A small token of my appreciation. Please accept them, young Lord Lu. This? Lu Feisheng couldn't help but hesitate. From what he knew of Yang Kai's personality, he had never imagined he would send him such a luxurious gift at this moment of parting. He had been expecting the opposite party to thoroughly ridicule him and then kick him out of the house. Turning his head and looking around, he saw no looks of disdain or ridicule. Everyone in the main hall was just staring at him plainly. Facing this situation, Lu Feisheng couldn't help feeling a bit ashamed and suddenly wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The indifferent attitude of these people was more difficult for him to accept than ridicule would have been. Little Lord is far too generous. These past few months, this Lu did not provide any significant help. These things? Speaking haltingly, his expression was filled with struggle and hesitation. Although these 5 artifacts were high-quality treasures, Lu Feixiang was the young city lord of Tianyuan City, so his status was not low. Obtaining such artifacts elsewhere was completely possible. However, the 10 bottles of mysterious grade pills was not something he could ignore. These mere 10 bottles could save him at least 2 or 3 years of hard work, giving him a distinct advantage in terms of cultivation versus his fellow peers. Take them, someone encouraged him. Very well, if this Lu were to refuse further, it would be disrespectful. Lu Feixiang grit his teeth and accepted the 10 bottles of pill and 5 artifacts, cupped his fists to Yang Kai and then turned to leave. Yang Kai stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm and temperate as he continued to wait. Little Lord, we also must leave. An immortal Ascension boundary master from the Duanmu family came forward and stated calmly. The Duanmu family was originally the only ally of the Yang family's 3rd young lord, Yang Tai. On the first night of Inheritance War, Yang Tai had been eliminated and the majority of the Duanmu family cultivators had been killed. The 5 remaining masters had then come to offer their services to Yang Kai in accordance with Yang Tai's instructions. Last night, these 5 masters had all fought bravely, and now only 2 of them remained. They had only been following Yang Kai to avenge the deaths of their fellow Duanmu family members. This wish had already been realized, so now, with only the 2 of them barely being able to maintain their lives, they had no further desire to fight, especially since Yang Kai had already announced his plans to depart. With the additional pressure of this situation compelling them, they naturally took this opportunity to leave. Yang Kai nodded gently. Many thanks to seniors for all of your efforts during this conflict. Another group of High Heaven Pavilion disciples brought 10 bottles of pills and 5 artifacts forward. The 2 Duanmu family masters gratefully accepted and then quickly left. Little Lord, my Purple Fern Valley will also be leaving. Fan Hong stepped forward and smiled bitterly. Yang Kai once again nodded and waved. Fan Hong took the mysterious grade pills and artifacts, said his farewells to Yang Kai, and walked out. After taking a few steps, he suddenly paused though and turned back to ask, Junior sister, are you coming with us? Obviously he was speaking to Luo Xiaoman. Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman were both from Purple Fern Valley, so the 2 of them had a junior sister, senior brother relationship. Luo Xiaoman shook her head slowly. I wish to remain with elder sister Chiu. Senior brother should leave without me. Fan Hong thought about it for a moment but didn't force her to come with him, turning around and leaving without another word. Is there anyone else who must leave? Yang Kai glanced around. There's no need to hesitate. There's still enough time if you depart now. If you remain any longer, you'll probably be declared an enemy by the 8 great families. Even if you don't fear such a fate, you should also consider your own family and sect before making a rash decision. There's no need to say any more, Hu Jiao air snorted. Those who are still here probably have no intention of leaving. All those who still sat in the main hall nodded in unison. The ones who had just left were the forces that had joined Yang Kai's mansion because of various circumstances, while everyone here now had joined the Inheritance War solely because they wanted to support Yang Kai. Chun Shui Shu nodded. Brother Yang, you just said that you will leave here shortly, so when you leave we will too. What? It's just a few days. Would the 8 great families really be petty enough to care about such a small delay? Looking around at all of the determined faces, Yang Kai remained silent for a moment before nodding. Good. Then everyone will set out together a few days from now. Good. Everyone attend to your own affairs. Dong Qinghan casually shouted. Since it had been decided that everyone will leave in a few days, the crushing pressure that had been weighing on all of their shoulders suddenly vanished. The only thing that made them feel a little depressed was that after fighting and suffering together for so long, they would soon have to separate. In one's life, there were few people one could truly depend upon to stand beside them in the face of death. But those in this house were all such friends. Soon, only Yang Kai and Xiu Yimeng remained in the hall. Yang Kai looked at Xiu Yimeng with a smile. What do you want to say? Xiao Yimeng slowly shook her head. Nothing. I just feel all of this is somewhat regretful. It's too unfair to you. Yang Kai stood up and walked out a few steps, letting out a light sigh. This is the way of the world, moreover. I had never thought life was being unfair to me. At the very least, I have given it my all. Beauty, can you not look at me like I'm some kind of lost puppy? I haven't fallen so far yet, have I? Xiao Yimeng couldn't help letting out a light laugh at these words, and the room suddenly became a lot brighter. You and Huixingchun have to leave quickly. Staying here for too long will not do you any good. The two youths had both used some deceptive methods in order to return to Yang Kai's mansion. One of them particularly shoddy at that, but with all of those 8 great family masters present. How could no one have seen through their little charade? My injury hasn't fully healed yet. It will probably take a few days for me to be able to move about freely. Xiao Yimeng spit out her tongue playfully. She also wanted to spend these last few days together with everyone in the mansion. Yang Kai smiled wryly and nodded, but suddenly his brow furrowed. For some reason he didn't understand. The Azura sword and 1,000-blossoming blood begonia inside his body suddenly became slightly restless, like some strange power was trying to summon them. This discovery made him quite surprised, and he hastily circulated his true qi in order to suppress these 2 artifacts trembling. Before he could figure out what had just happened, a dignified voice resounded outside his mansion. Supreme Solitary Sex Li Yuanchun has come to visit. Might this be the house of the Yang family's youngest young lord, Yang Kai? When this voice rang out, the expression of both Yang Kai and Xiao Yimeng suddenly became strange. At the same time, both Meng Wuya's and Ling Taisu's voices reached Yang Kai's ear. This person is an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. Supreme Solitary Sect? Xiao Yimeng's wrinkled her brow. The super force of the Endless Sea Islands? What are they doing all the way out here? Why do they seem to be looking for you? Yang Kai was also quite shocked, but quickly recovered his calm and grinned. It's really an eventful time. He also immediately understood why the Azura sword and 1,000-blossoming blood begonia had suddenly tried to leave his control. It was probably not just the Supreme Solitary Sect that had come. Outside the house, a large group of people were bustling about with a gray-haired, ruddy-complexioned old man at their head. This group of at least 50 people were all Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators, and a large number of them were actually peak-level masters. After Li Yuanchun yelled, one of the people beside him excitedly shouted, "I can feel it. My Azura Sect's hallowed treasure. The Azura sword. It's really here." Nearby, a beautiful and enchanting female, her fingernails all painted jet black and a thick malevolent aura swirling about her, also delicately whispered, "The scent of my falling blossom temple's hallowed treasure, the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, is also present." The man who spoke earlier quickly added, "It's a pity that the Azura sword has been refined by someone, so even if I use my sect's secret method, I can't easily recover it." Li Yuanchun nodded lightly. Since ancient Cloud Island recovered its Broken Moon transformation art more than 3 years ago from Red Cloud Sect, all of our Endless Sea Island sects have searched tirelessly for the hallowed treasures that were stolen from us 300 years ago. Now, at last, we've discovered their whereabouts, so all of us should not act impulsively. Our best option is to discuss things peacefully. After all, this is not the Endless Sea Islands. It's not wise to act arrogantly in another's territory. All of us understand this point and will follow Senior Li's lead. All of the others nodded lightly in agreement. As they were speaking, though, Li Yuanchun's face showed a trace of suspicion. The representative from Azura Sect had sensed the aura of their Azura sword, while those from the Falling Blossom Temple had detected the presence of their 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. But why couldn't he sense any trace of his sect's supreme solitary seal? According to the intelligence gathered by the Endless Sea Islands' great sects, all of their hallowed treasures should have been obtained by a single person and should thus all be in one place. As all of these people discussed amongst themselves, they couldn't help occasionally glancing over at a lone young girl standing not far away. This young woman had a potent charm about her. Long hair that seemed to dance in the wind, thin, delicate eyebrows, a pair of bright, slender eyes, a dainty pointed nose, a fragrant scent of flowers wafting from her body, plump red lips, snow-white skin that was filled with a glowing radiance, a graceful figure that was perfectly proportioned. However, what was especially interesting about this little girl was that at such a young age she had already reached the immortal ascension boundary. Many people were secretly surprised, and even Li Yuan-chun couldn't help sighing slightly at the strength of inland cultivators. A little girl they had randomly met actually possessed such strength. Although this girl had arrived here at the same time as them, she was not part of their group. The young woman stood a distance apart from the crowd, and while remaining silent, she was also quite vigilant of these people from the endless sea islands, like a little crouching tiger, a scene which made many people present feel a little amused. While this group of visitors waited outside the house, inside, Yang Kai gave Qiu Yimeng a simple summary of his past experiences in the endless sea islands. In the past, he had traveled to the endless sea islands for life experience, had been recruited by Red Cloud sect, and then taken to Hidden Island. On Hidden Island, Yang Kai had acquired the 5-colored soul-warming lotus as well as the hallowed treasures of many of the Endless Sea Islands' forces. So far, of these hallowed treasures, he had only used the Azura sword and 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. Although Yang Kai had been very careful, the number of times he had used these two artifacts these past few years had not been small. If the forces from the Endless Sea Islands investigated persistently, it wasn't surprising for them to have found some clues after such a long time. It was probably because of this that the group of visitors outside had traveled 10,000 kilometers from the Endless Sea Islands to retrieve the hallowed treasures their sects had lost 300 years ago. So it's like this. Qiu Yimeng listened and nodded. This was also the first time she had learned of this incident. Returning others' hallowed treasures is really the right thing to do, but you're not in the wrong here. All you did was accidentally obtain these items. However, now that they're here looking for their treasures, what are planning to do? Talk with them first. Yang Kai laughed. The Azura sword and 1,000-blossoming blood begonia had provided him with a great deal of help these past 3 years. But as his cultivation advanced, and after obtaining 2 mysterious grade artifacts at Pijing Lake, the role these 2 heaven-grade artifacts could play became smaller and smaller. In the first place, Yang Kai didn't like depending on the power of artifacts to enhance his strength. Therefore, if the conditions were right, he didn't mind returning these things. In any case, keeping them was of no use to him, and if these people were determined to take their sect's hallowed treasures back, refusing them strongly would only attract unnecessary hostility. After delaying to explain things to Qiu Yimeng, the shouts coming from outside Yang Kai's mansion became a bit louder and more urgent. Hearing these anxious calls, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Let's go out and have a look." Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly and hurriedly followed. When he came outside, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling surprised at the number and strength of the assembled cultivators. These people should have come prepared, otherwise they wouldn't have put together such a strong lineup. This was especially true of their leader, who was an old man that gave Yang Kai a great sense of pressure. He was obviously an above immortal ascension boundary master. Seeing Yang Kai coming out, countless pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Li Yuan-chun smiled warmly and took the initiative to inquire, "May I ask, are you the Yang family's little lord, Yang Kai?" "Indeed, and you are?" "Supreme Solitary Sect, Li Yuan-chun." "Azura Sect, Yifang." "Falling Blossoms Temple, Hua Duanhun." "Hehe." "Scarlet Tradition Sect, Su Qian Hao." "Gemini Island, Cloud Dragon Island." The people from the major Endless Sea Island sects introduced themselves one after another as they carefully examined Yang Kai. The more they looked, though, the more surprised they felt. The young woman who had been waiting outside with them had already caused them quite a shock. But now seeing Yang Kai, many of them were genuinely dumbstruck. The Yang family's little lord was no doubt younger than the young girl from before, but he actually had an immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivation. Yang Kai nodded his head as he swept his eyes over the crowd, but when his gaze landed on the young woman standing slight apart from everyone else, his expression suddenly became a bit strange. "Bai Luo!" The young woman coldly snorted, obviously not happy to see Yang Kai. Qiu Yimeng also turned her eyes towards this lone young woman, and after recognizing Bai Luo, she was equally astonished, unconsciously casting a glance over at Yang Kai, her pretty face suddenly showing an ambiguous look. Bailuo was the ash-gray cloud evil land beguiling demon queen Shan Qing Luo's most trusted maid. When Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were put under house arrest by Shan Qing Luo, Bailuo had been the one they interacted with the most. Moreover, that one day when they had intruded on Bailuo and Yang Kai. Now seeing this girl again, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help thinking of the scene that day, recalling the milky white liquid at the corner of Bailuo's lips. Suddenly her face went bright red. Yang Kai's expression also went through a series of changes, involuntarily fixing his eyes on Bailuo's thin, delicate mouth. This little mouth wasn't bad. So young Master Yang and this girl are old acquaintances? Li Yuanchun smiled. We also met her just now. We didn't come here together. I know. Yang Kai nodded. Li Yuanchun and others were from the Endless Sea Islands, while Bailuo was from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. And obviously they had not traveled here together. But what is Bailuo doing here? Yang Kai suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness. I know why all of you are here. Please come inside where we can talk. Yang Kai gestured, stepping back and opening the way. Listening to his words, everyone from the Endless Sea Islands smiled happily, the looks they sent him becoming significantly warmer. At the very least, he didn't deny having obtained their hallowed treasures. Did this mean that he was willing to return their stolen property? Wondering about this in their hearts, everyone entered the house one by one. Bailuo, you come in too. Yang Kai casually said. You go first. I don't want to get too close to you. Bailuo spat. Since that day's incident where she had eaten such a big loss at Yang Kai's hands, she had developed a deep wariness towards him. Yang Kai laughed awkwardly despite trying not to but didn't insist, simply nodding towards Qiu Yimeng. Take care of her. N. Qiu Yimeng gently nodded and walked over to Bailuo with a smile. Ms. Bailuo, it's been quite a while. It's you. Bailuo suddenly smiled charmingly. It really has been a long time. Saying so, she rushed up and grabbed Qiu Yimeng's hand, pulling her closer in a very intimate manner. Although Qiu Yimeng felt her behavior was a little strange, she didn't think much of it, brushing it off as Bailuo acting warmly towards her, allowing her to hold her hand as the two of them walked into the house. That little girl with the big chest? Bailuo's beautiful pair of eyes flashed a brilliant radiance as she asked Qiu Yimeng. You mean Xiao Man? Qiu Yimeng showed a faint smile. She's also here. You can see her later. Really? Great. Bailuo smiled, her expression filling with expectation. Inside the main hall, the Endless Sea Islands visitors all took a seat and Yang Kai had the maids serve everyone tea. The scene was peaceful, as if all of them were indulging in the tea's flavor, seemingly not in any rush to discuss the purpose of their visit. Yang Kai also didn't take the initiative to say anything, instead just sipping his tea while watching Bailuo act slightly discourteously towards Qiu Yimeng. The Qiu family's first young lady also noticed that something was wrong as Bailuo persistently held and stroked her hand, praising her skin for its smoothness while asking her how she maintained her beauty, from time to time even boldly touching her waist and chest. Qiu Yimeng's complexion was a deep shade of crimson by now. Unfortunately, under the gaze of such a big crowd, it was not appropriate for Qiu Yimeng to make a fuss. Therefore, the only thing she could do was send pleading glosses to Yang Kai for help. Of course, Yang Kai pretended he saw nothing. After a while, Li Yuanchun smiled and said, Young Master Yang is really a dragon amongst men. Although we have heard a lot about the Yang family inheritance war on our way here and know of some of young Master Yang's accomplishments, upon arriving at your house today, this old master fully realized that the rumors were not hollow. Young Master Yang's mansion is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It is truly astonishing. Senior flatters me too much. Yang Kai said lightly, the inland cannot compare to the Endless Sea Islands. The Endless Sea Islands are full of rich world energy and contains countless precious treasures. It is a cultivation paradise I greatly envy. Li Yuanchun laughed happily. The Endless Sea Islands has the conveniences of the Endless Sea Islands while the inland also has its unique advantages. However, listening to young Master Yang's words, it seems you really have been to the Endless Sea Islands before. And a few years ago I visited the Endless Sea Islands once and almost met misfortune at the hands of Red Cloud sect. Li Yuanchun's eyes narrowed slightly. The Red Cloud sect that was destroyed by Ancient Cloud Island? Indeed. Ancient Cloud Island's island master, Gu Feng, found his sect's Broken Moon transformation art, which they had lost 300 years ago, in the hands of Red Cloud sect several years ago. So everything was arranged by young Master Yang. I had some grievances with Red Cloud sect, but at that time I was too weak, so I had no other option but to use Ancient Cloud Island to destroy them. Li Yuanchun inhaled a sharp breath. Young Master Yang's methods are impressive. Everyone else in the room also wore slightly solemn expressions. 3 years ago, how old was the young man in front of them? However, using a single little trick, he had actually caused the destruction of an entire sect. Such decisiveness and ability was really not something an average man could possess. Since young Master Yang found the Broken Moon transformation art, did you also happen to obtain several other treasures? Li Yuanchun stared at Yang Kai expectantly. I indeed obtained many treasures. Yang Kai smiled and summoned a crimson sword to his hand, and a blood-red flower filled with murderous intent atop his other palm. A touch of floral fragrance soon filled the air. Azura sword. 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. Azura sects Yifang and Falling Blossom temples Hua Duanhun's faces lit up as they leapt to their feet and stared greedily at the heaven-grade artifacts in Yang Kai's hand. Their sects had been searching for more than 300 years for these hallowed treasures, but had never discovered any trace of them. Now that they had appeared in front of their eyes, how could they not be excited? Sit down, Li Yuanchun lightly shouted. Yifang and Hua Duanhun's expression became unwilling, but after hesitating for a moment, both of them returned to their seats. However, their eyes never left their respective sects' hallowed treasure. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't show the slightest bit of tension, casually placing the Azura sword and 1,000 blossoming blood begonia, remaining calm and composed even as all the Endless Sea Islands masters stared towards him. Li Yuanchun lightly coughed and asked seriously, Young Master Yang, you said that all of our hallowed treasures are currently in your possession, so why can this old master not sense his sect's supreme solitary seal? Even if Yang Kai had managed to somehow refine the supreme solitary seal and take it into his body, Li Yuanchun should still be able to perceive its presence. The supreme solitary seal was the hallowed treasure of the supreme solitary sect. The supreme solitary seal requires supreme solitary sect's unique secret art in order to refine it, so I obviously haven't. Instead, I stored it and all of the other treasures I obtained in a safe location. Yang Kai responded with a light smile. All of these things were currently stored in his black book space, so Li Yuanchun and the other Endless Sea Islands masters naturally couldn't sense them. So that's how it is. Li Yuanchun nodded lightly, his confusion abating. This old master greatly admires young Master Yang's frank and sincere transparency about these matters. Before coming here, they were afraid that the other party would refuse to acknowledge anything, so they had first prepared to approach the situation with courtesy and then force. Otherwise, they would not have sent out more than 50 Immortal Ascension boundary masters led by an above Immortal Ascension boundary powerhouse. It could be seen from this show of force just how much importance they attached to this matter. Just as Yang Kai had suspected, a few years ago, when Ancient Cloud Island suddenly found their long-lost Broken Moon transformation art on Red Cloud Island, the other Endless Sea Islands forces all sent representatives to Ancient Cloud Island to inquire about their own hallowed treasures. Unfortunately, they didn't learn anything useful at the time. After everyone calmed down and analyzed the situation, they felt that the Broken Moon transformation art suddenly appearing on Red Cloud Island was unnatural, and inferred someone had planted stolen goods in order to shift blame onto Red Cloud sect. But since someone had used this trick of planting stolen goods and genuinely obtained Ancient Cloud Island's Broken Moon transformation art, it was possible he had also obtained all of their hallowed treasures as well. Over the past 3 years, the Endless Sea Islands forces had frequently sent people to inquire about inland news, and Yang Kai, frequently using the Azura sword and 1,000 blossoming blood begonia, had naturally allowed them to glimpse a few clues. After obtaining confirmation of this information, seeing a glimmer of hope, all of them had assembled this group and rushed here. Now that their suspicions had been confirmed, everyone was inevitably very excited. Young Master Yang must know that although these items aren't too valuable, some of them even having no use for cultivators, they all hold special significance for our endless sea islands sects. Each of these items is a treasure passed down from our sect's ancestral founders, and many of them are even considered to be our sect's sect master tokens. Li Yuanchun did not rely on his age, cultivation, or identity to oppress Yang Kai, but instead spoke in a sincere tone. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had long known this information. Some of the things that he had obtained on Hidden Island were really useless and could only be used as tokens. As such, the purpose of this old man and these various elders, young Master Yang must be clear about. Li Yuanchun paused for a moment to carefully consider his words, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Might I ask, young Master Yang, what conditions do you have in order to return these items to us?" "That depends on what all of you can offer." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and intentionally didn't set an opening price. He really didn't care about what these things he had obtained on Hidden Island. Even the Azura sword and Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia weren't too important to him anymore. With the improvement of his strength, these two artifacts now had little value to him, but him handing all of these things over for free was also impossible. He wasn't a charitable man. If they wanted these hallowed treasures back, they had to show him some sincerity, especially at this time. Yang Kai had been entangled by so many things, which added frustrations onto more frustrations. Finally, when the Endless Sea Islands forces and ran up to him, Yang Kai had already locked his schemes onto them. Li Yuanchun suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. This time, when they had set out on this journey, none of them had brought along anything precious or valuable things. So hearing Yang Kai suddenly ask for a show of sincerity, they naturally felt a bit helpless. The Endless Sea Islands people hadn't thought Yang Kai would be so amiable and were caught off guard. Their original intention was to use force when negotiations broke down. In any case, they came from the Endless Sea Islands, so the central capital's 8 great families had no influence over them. Even if a battle broke out, as long as they retrieved their hallowed treasures and returned to the Endless Sea Islands, the 8 great families' complaints and threats would be nothing more than farts. However, the auras coming from the masters inside Yang Kai's house had made Li Yuanchun and the other Endless Sea Island envoys' original plan invalid. If they really started a fight, it wasn't certain who would win. Not to mention, only the Azura sword and Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia had appeared while all the other hallowed treasures' locations was still unknown. If they really were to provoke this Yang family brat, it would not do anyone any good. And what young Master Yang says is reasonable. Li Yuanchun was an old fox and quickly found a way to stall for time, turning to Yang Kai and asking, "Can you give us a moment to discuss this matter?" Yang Kai smiled and nodded patiently. The masters from the Endless Sea Islands all began exchanging meaningful glances, seemingly conversing with each other using their divine senses. At this time, Yang Kai turned his attention to Bai Luo and asked, "Bai Luo, what brings you here?" Bai Luo was still fondly holding on to Qiu Yimeng, causing the latter to becoming increasingly uncomfortable. She had wanted to pull her hand away several times but had not succeeded as of yet. So when she Yang Kai's question, Qiu Yimeng suddenly let out a sigh of relief, overjoyed. Bai Luo gawked for a moment before suddenly standing up and saying, "I almost forgot. Mistress, let me convey you a message." "Oh, what message?" "Leave here as soon as possible. The Holy Land's forces are coming." "What?" Yang Kai instantly discolored. "Where exactly are planning to go?" "Here," Bai Luo said in a dignified tone. "When Yu Yang family initiated the Inheritance War, the 8 great families' forces were split. So the plan is to first level War City, then proceed to attack the central capital. All 6 great evil kings and their armies, led by the Demon Lord himself, have set out. It's impossible for War City to withstand such an assault, so you should escape quickly." "When will they arrive?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, realizing the situation was far worse than he had imagined. "Tonight," Bai Luo replied, the corners of her lips unconsciously rising slightly. "Such an important matter. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Yang Kai roared furiously, but soon noticed the slightly smug look on Bai Luo's face, realizing she had done all of this deliberately. If he hadn't asked her, she may not have ever said anything. This woman? Yang Kai wished he could spank her red right now. Under orders from Shanqing Luo, Bai Luo arriving here to give him a warning was already more than Yang Kai could have asked for. However, he knew just how infatuated this young woman was with Shanqing Luo, so Yang Kai understood that Bai Luo was actually looking forward to him dropping dead. Qiu Yimeng was also dumbstruck, only recovering after a moment of stunned silence and asking, "You mean, the Demon Lord is leading the 6 great evil kings here? As well as all of the Holy Land's masters?" Bai Luo quickly added, "Their courage isn't small," Qiu Yimeng said coldly. "Since when has my 8 great families so easily bullied? Do you think you can resist?" Bai Luo looked at Qiu Yimeng mockingly. "Since the people from the Holy Land dare to come here, they definitely have complete confidence in obtaining victory. I'll tell you now, you can't stop them. How many above Immortal Ascension boundary masters does your side have?" Qiu Yimeng didn't squabble with her, instead hurriedly seeking for useful information. "A dozen or so. Except for my mistress's territory where only she had achieved this realm. All of the other kings have at least 2 such masters." Shanqing Luo also broke through? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling stunned. When they had last parted, she was still just a peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator. But now, after a little more than a year, Shanqing Luo had actually reached the above Immortal Ascension boundary. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's 6 great evil kings had always been above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, or rather, in order to become a true great evil king, one had to reach such a realm. On top of that, each of them possessed astonishing strength. If not for these powerhouses, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land would have collapsed when it was besieged more than a year ago. A trivial dozen people, War City alone has 7 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters standing guard. Qiu Yimeng snorted. Even though she said so, she also knew that the situation wasn't optimistic. However, Bai Luo just slowly shook her head, her enchanting little face showing a hint of disdain. "It's useless. Forget about the 7 people here. Even if your 8 great families sent out all of their above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, you still wouldn't be able to stop the Demon Lord. Sir Demon Lord is a little different. Mistress told me that in this world, no one is his opponent. If he wanted to, it would only take him a single move to defeat an ordinary above Immortal Ascension boundary master, and kill one within 3 moves. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face paled at these words. Not to mention, besides Sir Demon Lord, there are also the Thunderbolt Beast King, Tyrannical Force King, Profound Een Ghost King, Lightning Flash Shadow King, Annihilating Poison King, and Beguiling Demon Queen. Among these 6, my mistress is by far the weakest. Bai Luo said bluntly. "Yang Kai, what should we do?" Qiu Yimeng asked in a hurry. Such an important matter suddenly arising had affected even her, causing her to feel slightly muddle-headed. Perhaps, if Yang Kai wasn't here, she would be able to maintain her calm and make appropriate decisions. But with someone around she could rely on, Qiu Yimeng suddenly became somewhat dependent on him. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he stared at Bai Luo. Since Bai Luo herself had come to deliver this message, it was unlikely to be a lie. Although Shanqing Luo was also one of the 6 great evil kings. But from his contact with her, Yang Kai felt she wasn't a wicked woman. In the first place, sending Bai Luo here to warn him about this was pointless if it weren't true. Doing that had absolutely no advantage for her either way. "Qiu Yimeng, you go to the Seal Temple with Huixingchan and inform the 7 Grand Elders about this news." Yang Kai took the initiative and said directly. "Good." Qiu Yimeng nodded, quickly asking, "If they ask how I obtained this information, what should I say?" "The truth." Qiu Yimeng smiled bitter and stood. "I'll head out now." The 7 Grand Elders would definitely ask about the source of this intelligence. And if she answered truthfully, whether they believed her or not, it would only further convince them that Yang Kai was guilty of colluding with demons. Having a relationship with the beguiling demon queen, if that wasn't collusion, then what was? However, with disaster fast approaching, Yang Kai had no way to conceal this point any longer. As Yang Kai was hastily making arrangements, Bai Luo just sat to the side quietly, neither hindering nor helping him in any way, as if all of this had nothing to do with her. After Qiu Yimeng left, Yang Kai also hurriedly walked towards the exit. Young Master Yang. Li Yuan-chun couldn't sit still and quickly shouted. After traveling 10,000 kilometers in order to find the hallowed treasures of their respective sects, and even basically reaching an agreement with Yang Kai, how could these endless sea islands envoys not feel anxious with such a sudden development? In the unlikely event that Yang Kai died in this conflict, who could they look for in order to retrieve their property? Everyone, do wait here for now. Yang Kai didn't have time to pay attention to them and immediately disappeared out the door. Li Yuan-chun's expression became quite ugly. The endless sea islands masters all glared towards Bai Luo bitterly. If it weren't for her delivering this news, they could be settling things with Yang Kai now. Being stared at by so many masters caused Bai Luo to feel quite unnerved, so she quickly got up and left. Arriving outside the Blood Warriors' quarters, Yang Kai whistled loudly, and in the next moment, 9 figures flew over and assembled before him. "What are little lord's orders?" Tu Feng asked. "All of you follow me." Yang Kai didn't halt his footsteps and hurriedly walked toward Meng Wuya's room while trying to come up with a plan in his head. Reaching Meng Wuya's room soon after, Yang Kai unceremoniously kicked open the door, ignored the angry glare of Treasurer Meng, picked up a brush and paper from the nearby desk and began writing a letter. "What the hell is all this about? Why are you acting so flustered?" Meng Wuya called out in a disgruntled voice. Ling Tai-su was also shocked by this sudden intrusion and looked suspiciously towards Yang Kai. "The ash-gray cloud evil land's forces are on their way here." Yang Kai quickly summarized the information he had received from Bai Luo. Upon hearing this shocking news, everyone in the room paled and quickly asked about the reliability of this intelligence. 90% certain. Yang Kai replied seriously and then handed the letter he had just written to Ingjiu. "You return to the Yang family and give this letter to my father." "Yes." Ingjiu took the letter and shot off like a bolt of lightning. Of all the blood warriors, he was the fastest, so the mission of messenger was naturally given to him. "What are you planning to do?" Meng Wuya asked solemnly. "Leave here. If we depart quickly, there should still be enough time." Yang Kai took a deep breath and replied. Although there were many powerful masters in his house, the majority of the people here, many of whom were Yang Kai's personal friends, had yet to even reach the immortal ascension boundary. If they were really involved in a battle with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, all of them would likely die. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land had obviously been preparing for this campaign for quite some time and had chosen to strike at the height of the Yang family inheritance war, when the strength of the 8 great families had been split between 2 cities. War City's defense was not as strict as that of the central capital, so it was all but certain that this place would be completely destroyed. Continuing to remain here was definitely unwise. All he could do now was let Xiao Yimeng and Hu Xingchan rush to the Seal Temple to warn the 7 Grand Elders about the severity of this situation, while Ingjiu returned to the Yang family with his letter to inform his parents, so they could allow the Yang family to prepare. With this, he has already done all that he can. Listening to him lay out his plan, Meng Wuya also nodded gently. "A wise choice. Tu Feng, relay my orders. Let everyone in the house prepare. Within half an hour everyone must be ready to set out." "Yes." Tu Feng immediately left spread the word. Soon everyone in the house began moving, although no one understood what exactly was going on. When they saw the solemn expression on Tu Feng's face, they knew that the situation was serious. The younger generation leaders all hurriedly came to ask Yang Kai for more information, but when they got the answer, all of them were dumbstruck. Impossible. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land making such a big movement. Why haven't we received any news about this? Zuofang muttered. Dong Qinghan's brow furrowed deeply as he replied, "I'm afraid that there are no living witnesses from the places that have been attacked. The Demon Lord, 6 great evil kings, and countless devil path masters decimating everything in their path, leaving behind a trail of destroyed buildings and scorched earth in their wake." Such a picture couldn't help surfacing in all of these youths' minds. Everyone couldn't help shuddering unconsciously. A great eagle cry rang out and Yang Kai's golden feather eagle flew off into the distance. This golden feather eagle had been staying in Yang Kai Mansion for the past 10 months and had already successfully evolved into a 6th-order monster beast. Unfortunately, as the inheritance war dragged on, the role it could play only became smaller and smaller until now it spent most of its time playing with the various beauties in the house. However, at this moment it was the best advanced scout available. After half an hour, everyone had finished their preparations. Seemingly aware of the abnormal situation inside the house, the Endless Sea Islands emissaries rushed to find Yang Kai under the leadership of Li Yuanchun, but before any of them could speak, Yang Kai preemptively said, "Senior Li, do not rush to bring up your hallowed treasures. Junior promises you he will return them to you, just not at this moment. For now, why don't you accompany us and we can discuss the issue on the road?" In the face of Yang Kai's proposition, what more could Li Yuanchun say? Although in his mind he was quite clear that Yang Kai was essentially using them as a group of free bodyguards, in this situation, he had no choice but to agree, forcing himself to smile and nod. Very well. These Endless Sea Islands people didn't put the 8 great families or the ash-gray cloud evil land in their eyes because their foundations weren't inland. At the same time, 1,000 kilometers away from War City, dust and smoke are billowed as countless human figures and innumerable monster beasts marched forward. At the head of this tide was a giant monster beast with a wide body. A man stood atop this monster beast's back, indifferently staring in the direction of War City. This man appeared around 40 or 50 years old, but there didn't seem to be anything extraordinary about him. His green robes were also quite common, items you might find in any ordinary shop. Only his eyes were different, filled with a confident light as he gazed off into the distance, completely aloof from the world around him. This man was none other than the ash-gray cloud evil land's demon lord, Yang Bai. Those who only knew of his reputation thought that the demon lord was a 3-headed, 6-armed man with a fierce and sinister aura. But the few who had met him and lived knew that Yang Bai actually couldn't be any more ordinary in terms of appearance. If one were to randomly meet this man, they would never be able to believe that such a person had actually conquered the entire ash-gray cloud evil land. More than 20 years ago, Yang Bai had once been a direct disciple of High Heaven Pavilion's sect master, Ling Tai Su, but due to his lust for power, he had cultivated an unknown demonic secret art, fallen to the devil's practices, and then brutally attacked his senior brother Yang Yingfeng and master Ling Tai Su. As a result of that battle, Yang Yingfeng suffered heavy losses and was left with a debilitating chronic illness, while Ling Tai Su became disheartened and secluded himself, no longer interfering with the operation of the sect. A few years after that battle, Ling Tai Su personally took action and captured Yang Bai, crippling his cultivation and imprisoning him in High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream. However, this act inadvertently led Yang Bai to an astonishing opportunity below the coiling dragon stream, which he used to recultivate and then exceed his previous height. Eventually, he had escaped from his prison, attacked High Heaven Pavilion, killed one of the elders, mortally wounded Ling Tai Su, and then swaggered off without looking back. He then traveled to the ash-gray cloud evil land and proceeded to subdue it. Finally, today, he had become the absolute ruler of the entire ash-gray cloud evil land. Behind Yang Bai there were 6 figures following closely, occasionally glancing over at him, their eyes filled with awe and fear. These people were the 6 great evil kings of the ash-gray cloud evil land. The 6 consisted of 5 men and 1 woman. Each of these 6 people had dramatically different appearances and characteristics. One of them rode a great monster beast. One was engulfed in a green poisonous fog. One had a thick yin chi swirling around him. One had an enormous beast-like physique, while one was covered in faint sparks of lightning. The only one who appeared relatively normal was the lone woman, the beguiling demon queen, Shan Qing Luo. However, Shan Qing Luo had a unique, otherworldly enchanting air to her. Anyone who laid eyes on her would instantly be unable to extricate themselves from her charms. Even the other 5 evil kings didn't dare stare too long into Shan Qing Luo's eyes. Since she had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary, the seduction technique of this devilish woman had become even more powerful than before, so much so that the 5 other evil kings, who were stronger than her in terms of cultivation, had to take care not to be inadvertently ensnared by her charm. These 6 people either flew or rode monster beasts as they followed behind Yang Bai. Behind these 6 were the many masters from the ash-gray cloud evil land, including several above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, as well as countless peak immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Additionally, a phenomenal number of fierce monster beasts, each of which had at least reached the 5th order, were also in tow, while large quantities of 6th order monster beast abounded. There was even a 7th order monster beast. This 7th order monster beast was the huge spider mother that Xianxia had once encountered, the one capable of communicating with people using its divine sense. A 7th order monster beast was equivalent to an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Today, the spider mother was together with the Thunderbolt Beast King. Although the Beast King hadn't subdued it, the two of them had reached an agreement with each other. So for this time's campaign against the central capital, the spider mother had naturally followed along. Because of the ruckus Xianxia and Shan Qingluo had raised in the spider mother's lair, the spider mother was quite hostile to Shan Qingluo at the moment. But in the face of the demon lord's great strength, she didn't dare to act recklessly. If demon lord Yang Bai was not here, the spider mother would definitely attack Shan Qingluo. Master, War City is only 800 kilometers away. The profound Ghost King suddenly said. Subordinate wishes to move ahead and scout out the situation. Yang Bai's expression didn't change as he continued to move ahead at his own pace, not even bothering to respond. Ghost King, after not killing anyone for half a day, can you no longer suppress your itching? The annihilating Poison King snickered as he squinted at the Ghost King. The profound Ghost King grinned and cackled. Poison King understands me well. I heard that a lot of masters are now gathered in War City. The previous time, these people all came to attack our holy land, so I believe it would be improper to not return the favor. This old master just wants to deliver them a special gift as quickly as possible. The Poison King also grinned. When it comes to mass murder, this old man also has many means. Master, please permit me to head out first. The Ghost King also didn't back down. While I admit your poison is good, this old man's little spirits are plentiful, and when it comes to killing, they aren't any worse than your means. As he spoke, a series of eerie shrieks and howls suddenly rang out, and from the body of the Ghost King, a great number of distorted transparent faces emerged. These phantom faces were filled with looks of pain and struggling. They seemed to be the souls of deceased cultivators that had been imprisoned inside the Ghost King's body, subject to his whims. If you want to go, just go, Yang Bai said faintly, not making any attempt to prevent them. Many thanks. The Ghost King and Poison King heard this and laughed with joy, quickly using their movement skills to rapidly fly towards the horizon. I'll go too, the Lightning Flash Shadow King said, his body flickering for an instant before also disappearing into the distance. That quick bastard is going too? A booming voice called out. A giant with arms as thick as a fully grown man's torso stepped forward, his eyes radiating a bloodthirsty light as he shouted. If all of you run over now, when I, your father, arrive, who will I get to kill? Saying so, the tyrannical Force King leapt forward and hurriedly pursued his fellow evil kings, the earth trembling every time his feet hit the ground, like a living, breathing catastrophe, greatly shocking everyone who saw him. Heh. I'll also go join the fun. The Thunderbolt Beast King drove his mount forward, a large group of monster beasts quickly separating from the army and following behind him. In the blink of an eye, 5 great evil kings had set out, leaving only Shan Qingluo to follow Yang Bai. Qingluo, are you not going as well? Yang Bai glanced back at Shan Qingluo casually. There's no need. The 5 of them are more than enough. Shan Qingluo slowly shook her head. And you not going is also good, those 5's desire for slaughter is too heavy. They won't be able to advance far along the martial Dao like that. Shan Qingluo couldn't help staring at Yang Bai strangely. She hadn't expected him to evaluate those 5 as such. On another note, that maidservant you always have with you, Bai Luo, I haven't seen her for a few days. Yang Bai said in a voice like he had inadvertently remembered something trifling. Shan Qingluo's tender body trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, steadied her breathing and calmly said, I sent her to handle some matters. Yang Bai nodded nonchalantly. Shan Qingluo was incredibly nervous at this moment, afraid Yang Bai would continue to ask questions, but to her surprise, he no longer said anything. as if it was really just something he had casually noticed. Shan Qing Luo couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. Staring off in the direction of the faraway war city, the beguiling demon queen silently prayed in her heart, praying that the little bastard left quickly. This massive Holy Land army was not something a trivial war city could resist. Shan Qing Luo faintly suspected that even the central capital wouldn't be capable of stopping them. The rate at which Yang Bai's strength increased was simply too great. When he first came to the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land and conquered the 6 great evil kings, Shan Qing Luo could still vaguely see through his bottom line, but now, even though she had broken through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary, she could no longer understand what height Yang Bai had reached. The strength of this person was too frightening. No one in the central capital could stop him. Closing her eyes and carefully sensing, Shan Qing Luo discovered that Yang Kai was still inside War City and couldn't help feeling anxious. 800 kilometers was too far for even an above Immortal Ascension boundary to sense. However, soon after they had met, Shan Qing Luo had marked Yang Kai with her soul-seeking seal, and so long as it existed, she would be able to sense his location even if he ran to the ends of the earth. Yang Kai's image had been firmly imprinted in Shan Qing Luo's heart, so she had planted the soul-seeking seal on him as a precaution against him escaping from her. But she had not anticipated that it would come in handy in such a way. What is that little bastard doing? Why hasn't he tried to escape yet? Bai Luo should have arrived some time ago to warn him. War City, Yang Kai's house. Everyone was ready to set out. All of them had also been informed about how serious the situation was. So when Yang Kai told them they were leaving right away, no one raised any objections. Just as they were preparing to set out, Qiu Yimeng and Huixingchun came back. The two of them had followed Yang Kai's instructions and went to the Seal Temple to inform the 7 Grand Elders about the coming attack. How was it? Yang Kai asked. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and shook her head. They didn't believe us. Yang Kai couldn't help snorting. Pig-headed even in the face of impending death. Utter foolishness. Never mind them, we've done all we can. What are you planning to do? Are you going to head back to the central capital or? We're coming with you, Qiu Yimeng said decisively. Good, let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand and said nothing more. Right now, every moment was precious. There was no time to argue even though Yang Kai thought it would be better for Qiu Yimeng and Huixingchun to return to the central capital instead of wandering around destitute with him. With Yang Kai leading them, a large group of people set out. Some time ago, a group of people had arrived outside Yang Kai's mansion to threaten and intimidate his allies, and until now, these people were still shouting their propaganda. However, when they saw Yang Kai leading such a massive number of cultivators out of his complex, the people tasked with standing here and issuing threats were quite surprised. They mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was making a big move and quickly sent out warning signals. In the next moment, a large number of masters appeared from the surroundings and blocked Yang Kai's path forward. After last night's battle, although the 7 family coalitions had suffered losses, their foundation had not yet been shaken. Assembling now, this group of people still made for an intimidating sight. Little Lord, what are trying to do? Kang Zhan took the initiative to step out from the crowd and ask. Yang Kai stared at him, wrinkled his brow and hesitated for a moment before saying, Don't say that I didn't warn you. The Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land, under the leadership of the Demon Lord, is coming here. If you don't want to die, then quickly leave War City and return to the central capital. Kang Zhan stared back Yang Kai, seemingly not understanding the words he just spoke. After a short silence, he laughed despite trying not to and shook my head wryly. Little Lord, you saying such things, what exactly are you implying?